I'm causing mayhem every motherfucking Mondays from now on, and I want y'all to bring it. No, you got your man out there doing bigger and better things. Okay? And I blame, Trey asked a good question. How did it get so bad? I blame y'all. Because y'all been sitting on the fucking sidelines, letting these women do this bullshit, not setting boundaries, not telling women no, fuck off. And that's why we do what you allow us to do. You are one I love to hate and hate to love, but at the end of the day, I love you, baby girl. Come on the panel, let's go, please. Let's go. You're going to be emotional, but you might go back limping. What's going on? What's going on to all my embracers on the Black Man Unfiltered Network, Monday Night Mayhem? How y'all doing tonight? I just want to say is I am in a very good mood tonight. Today has been a great day, even though it was busy at work. I had a good day. My son, the day has come. My baby boy is going to college on Wednesday. I can't meet up with him, but I will definitely be there next month to assess the situation and make sure he got everything that he needs. But with that being said, I just want to give everybody a shout out who has been supporting me. Guys, I'm at 668 subscribers. Remember, my goal is 1,000 by November 7th, my 50th birthday. Okay, my views are going up the wazoo. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, because a couple Tuesdays nights I posted that video on my channel and it got 1.2 thousand views. So I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. Just keep trucking with me.
I got my drink in my two-step.
Keep riding with me. You're wrong for that, BMU. You're wrong for that. But anyway, keep riding with me, keep embracing me, because this channel is going to go exactly where it needs to go, especially with the support of the Black Man Unfiltered Network. And I just want to give everybody a shout out. Thank you for embracing me. Keep coming, because I'm going to bring it. And I know that y'all saw the thumbnail to this show. I know that this topic is going to be touchy, spicy, sensitive, but I don't give a fuck. And I'm going to tell y'all right now where I stand. I don't like this shit. And I'm not, without getting into too much of my personal life, I used to be about the rainbow life. Okay? I did. I can't get into too much details because I know my kid watches my show and he don't even know everything about mama. But the fact remains is that we're taking this shit too far. While I was doing my research, I actually had to stop doing my research because it was contaminating my spirit. The fact that Webster's dictionary changed the meaning of the word woman in 2022 to satisfy the LGBTQ community is absolutely ludicrous.
It's disgusting.
Exactly. Look, I don't have nothing against the rainbow community. So shout out to the rainbow community. I don't give a shit what gender you'd identify with. But the buck has to stop somewhere. The fact that it is okay for people to go around changing their genders just because they say they identify with the opposite gender is absolutely ludicrous to me.
I'm kind of retarded.
The fact that if my grandbaby goes to the bathroom at 9 years old and a grown-ass man can be in that bathroom with her does not sit well with me.
Yo, wicked.
Wicked.
Yo.
Exactly. You guys have to understand that this is not okay. You know, I had the rainbow talk with my son. I thought I was going to have it with him when he was 12, but I actually had to have it with him when he was 8. And it was a decent conversation. We had a good conversation because it was easy to talk to him about it, because I have friends that are in the rainbow community. Some of my best friends are in the rainbow community. But when does it stop? When does it stop? This, back in the days, me growing up, and even 15 years ago, it was discreet. It was in the closet. What people do behind closed doors is none of my business. That's between them and their God. But when it starts becoming a problem to me is when you're exposing children to this. When you're saying it's okay for them to change their genders under 18. When you're allowing gender transformation and then having them compete in the opposite sex. Come on, guys. We are the laughing stock of the world. Kamala had the audacity to waste taxpayers' money on Air Force One to go to Africa and try to convince African countries to legalize same-sex marriage.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I don't even have a problem with same-sex marriage because I understand some of the reasons. But now when we're trying, like, fuck Dwayne Wade and Gabriella Union, because they are pillars of the melanated community, and they go doing this bullshit. It's not normal. It's not moral. It's not right. If God made you a boy, you're a boy. If God made you a girl, you're a girl. Period. Period. When y'all gonna get that through your heads? And then you want to vote for Camilla and Waltz? Tampon Waltz? This is the same guy that is allowing tampons in boys' bathroom? Do you not see that this is an agenda? Do you not see that this is a ploy to stop the melanated community from reproducing? I mean, if you guys can't wake up and open your eyes and see this bullshit, then you know what? All I can do is pray for you. And I'm not trying to sit up here and be righteous and be all Bible thumper, because like I be telling everybody, I'm still very new in my spirit and my spiritual journey. One, I didn't even know that tying my twos was a sin. I learned that throughout my research. So I had to forgive God for that. I had to ask God for forgiveness when I was a part of the Rainbow Coalition. I had to forgive God for that. But at the end of the day, when is it going to stop, guys? When is it going to stop? When are we going to stop dressing up our little boys as girls? When are we going to tell a little girl that it is okay to identify as a boy? I was so disgusted that I told you, I had to stop doing my research because it was ruffling my spirit. It was disturbing my peace. And I have learned that if something is not right within my spirit, then I just chill on it. So let me go ahead and give a holler to see who's in the chat. Of course, my beautiful Milani, thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Edward Gilbert, Hey, you better leave my New York Yankees, New York Jets, New York Knicks, all of that. As a matter of fact, I know y'all gonna throw in my face, well, it's preseason. Well, we 2-0 right now. So let me sit in that. Okay, Edward? Then we got Boss Man. Thank you for coming. Katiana, hola mi amor, ¿cómo está? Thank you for coming. And don't forget to go over to my channel and hit the like button over there. Of course, how you doing, Travel One? Travel One already with the comments. She said, embrace the grace. Greetings. It boils down to what the law says. Hey, Almanize. She's saying, hey, y'all. I could hear her little accent. Hey, y'all. Hey, I get it, Travel One, but at the same time, what about what the Bible says? And I get it. This doesn't apply to everybody. Not everybody is the same belief system that I have. Not everybody goes by the King James Version. Everybody has their own different interpretation. But nowhere does it say in any Bible that men on men and women on women is okay. And again, no disrespect. Some of my best friends are part of the Rainbow Coalition, and I'm not going to stop being friends with them. Again, what they do in the bedroom is their business. My son was exposed to that at an early age because we lived in South Florida. The reason why we had that conversation so early is because we were watching the news. And I tried to change the channel, but he caught it. This is when Florida in 2008 passed the law of same-sex marriage, and by all means, he turned to me and said, Mom, doesn't the Bible say that marriage is between a man and a woman? You got to answer the tough questions, people, when these kids ask these questions. And I've always set a platform, and I always set a platform for my kid that you can come to me about anything. And he does. And he's come to me with some tough questions, and I've had to fess up and answer those questions. And you guys want to know what I said to him? This is what I said to him. I said, Jordan, you're absolutely right. The Bible does say, yeah, I saw Edward. You lost to the Detroit Lions, so we ain't gonna go there. But I said to Jordan, yes, you're absolutely right. The Bible does say that a marriage is between a man and a woman. However, times have changed. We live in a different world. It doesn't make it right, but that's going to be between them and their God. And then I brought up a couple people that are gay that are around him 24/7. And then I said to him, your titi dead. And he sat there and thought about it. And shout out to my titi, to my girl Deb. I love you, baby girl. He was like, oh, is that why she dresses like a boy? I said, yep. I said, now, does that change your feelings about her? He was like, no, I love my titi Deb. I said, this is when I was coaching at a particular high school, and the varsity head coach was Rainbow. I said, what about coach? What about coach? And he was like, oh, the one with the tight sneaker game. I said, yup, she's gay. And he was like, oh, wow. I said, does that change your feelings about her? He was like, no. So he was exposed to it, whether I wanted it or not, just by watching the news. But now we're taking it to the point where we're having story time with drag queens, 2nd and 3rd graders. I mean, we took out cursive in school to teach about this. We took out home economics in shop to teach about this. Is this where our priorities at, America? Why don't we concentrate on more things that matter? Like inflation, like gas prices, unemployment, homelessness, taking care of our vets. BMU, can you put up Catalia, the Genesis? because that's a good one. And I'm going to read it out loud, and I want people to marinate in this. And y'all already know that here at the BMU Network, we do read our Bible. No, there's a one before that. We do read our Bible. I always take it to the scriptures. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, God created he him. Male and female created he them. I mean, this is, and look, I'm not perfect. We're all sinners. But how bad are we going to let it get before we wake the fuck up? I mean, seriously, guys, seriously. And Black Man says, I went to an athletic meeting today for my boys, 13 and 12, and they introduced a bull dagger as the coach. I pulled my boys. See? So, BMU, you pulled them from the whole team? And be nice. That word bull dagger, that has a negative connotation. We still got to be nice. You could say a stud. You know what I'm saying? And Black Man said, I love you, Catalia. I hope I'm mispronouncing your name right. I love what you do with the word. And she said, I love you too, sir, back. You see the love we get? But yeah, I had to bring this up because this is bothering me, because everybody, is voting off of emotions versus feelings when it comes to Kamala and Tampon Waltz. But you guys don't understand that they are agreeing to all of this shit. And this will affect you, your children, and your grandchildren. So think it's a game. Think it's a game, guys. Y'all women think there's a man shortage now. Now we got men dressing up as women, and some of them look better than real women. And now we're competing against them as well. We have to compete with them in sports too. Why don't everybody stay in their motherfucking lanes and just live life how they supposed to live life? Yeah, this irks me, guys, as you can see, because it's just too much. It's just too much foolery. We are the laughing stock of the world. We are one of the least. There are not a lot of countries that walk around thinking like us. The fact that we changed the definition of a woman in the dictionary to appease. The fact that when I go to work, I'm going to give you a perfect example. I was talking to somebody today, a customer, and I'm supposed to verify them, date of birth, last 4 digits of their social. And it said female, but it was a male name, and it was a male on the phone talking. I can't even correct them because I will be insensitive, or I don't know if I will say something wrong. I don't want to lose my job, so I just kept it moving. As long as he can verify the policy, I'm going to keep it going. But the fact that there's choices when I'm doing a policy, male, female, and non-binary, where they do that at, guys? Only in America. If your mama, if you was born a man, you're going to be a man. If you was born a woman, you're going to be a woman. No man can ever have a baby. When are we going to get that through our heads? When are we going to say enough is enough? And by all you Kamala and Tampon Waltz voters, this is what you're co-signing to. This is what you're saying that it's okay to do. So I don't want to hear no shit from you Dems when these Transformers do something inappropriate or have to race against your daughter or son, or date your daughter and son and don't tell them the truth about their sex. Don't say shit about it. Eat it. And I'll hand you a glass. I'll hand you. Well, I'm not gonna hand you my Fiji water. Shout out to Fiji, but I'm gonna hand you a glass of water, and I'm gonna say swallow that shit, because you voted for it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Love it. Love it. Bossman said, I definitely would like to comment on the panel on this topic, but I'll need to put my son down first to get in good. Okay, put him down. Put him down, boss man, because I want to hear what you got to say. I want to, you know what? I want people who disagree with me. Teach me. Make me aware of some shit, because like I'm telling you, I stopped doing the research because it was just troubling me. And I was having too good of a day, because I have learned anything that disturbs my peace, I don't allow it. So this is as far as I got. Let's go. The definition of a drag queen is a person usually born male. A drag queen is a person usually born male who uses drag clothing and makeup to imitate and often exaggerate female gender signifiers and gender roles for entertainment purposes. Historically, drag queens have usually been gay men and have been part of the gay culture. Well, now we're taking it a step further. Not only now it was, look, I've been to a drag show, and I'm gonna say it again. I've been part of the Rainbow Coalition, and I found out that it was just not for me. Y'all women are too much of a headache and too much to deal with. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay. I love my men. Yes, I do. How you doing? Hey.
I got my drink in my two-step.
What We Know podcast. How you doing? Welcome to the show. But I want to hear, I actually, Grace, this is what a man's agenda, no matter the party. Men are lovers of themselves. Same orientations have said they are so-called conservative. And you know what? That is true. The same ones that talk shit about it are the same ones getting it up, you know where, or giving it up, you know where. I get it. And you're absolutely right. And this has been part in the Greek mythology. I get it. I get it. But again, when are we going to draw the line? The fact that we're changing sex, we're saying that kids, you're okay to take hormone therapy. We're okay to chop your penis off, your breasts is off. I mean, when does it stop? When does it stop? I need somebody that doesn't agree with me to come up on the panel and explain it to me. And I'm sorry, I don't want to hear this shit about it's mental, it's a disease, you're born with it. No. I'm very open-minded. I'm willing to try anything once, but this is just too much. Don't laugh, JT, because it is. It's too much. And then, let me finish the latter part of the conversation with my son and I. So after I gave him that conversation, there was like an awkward silence. He was like, Mom, don't worry about it. I'm not gay. But then he comes around, he circles back and said, but Mom, what if I was? And I had to tell him the truth. I'm not going to deny. I said, son, I would be disappointed because it's not the life I want for you. But I won't stop loving you. I won't abandon you. What about my grandbabies? What about the bloodline? What's gonna happen? Alexa, be quiet. I have Alexa reminding me every 2 hours to drink water, so that's what she does for me.
Grace,
Alexa, be quiet. Damn, even the bitch and Alexa don't want to listen. Y'all women suck. Damn, didn't I tell her to be quiet? Hey, Del Monte, don't start no bullshit over here. You usually behave yourself with me, okay? I'll just throw a can of pinto beans at you, okay? And guys, don't forget to support the channel. The game, and my Cash App. The game is to be told, not sold. Ladies, keep your boobs, even the saggy ones. I don't mind as long as they're real. I know that's right, Edward. He said as long he don't care that they saggy. He'll take them anyway, as long as they real. I know that's right, Edward. I'm gonna say that again for the people in the back, for the girls that don't want to listen. Hey, Edward said, keep y'all boobs, even the saggy ones. He don't mind as long as they're real. I know that's right. I know that's right. We're doing too much. We're doing too much. And if these kids are going to do this, let them make that decision on their own once they're 18. We're pumping them with hormones and things at an early age. And if you do the research, you will see that a lot of them, when they become 30 and 40, that they regret it. The side effects of all the medicine and bullshit that they had to take. It's not worth it. Just be who you are, but with your original parts. You're going too far. And now people are okay with them. Like, come on, guys. That girl with the swimming, she trained all her life for this. To just have a man come and take it from her when everybody knows the lung capacity of a man is much bigger than a woman. Everybody knows that a man is much stronger than a woman. So of course he was going to win. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair that your baby girl trained from high school to college to just be robbed? Because you want to identify as another gender? When are we going to stand up for the right thing? When are we going to say enough is enough? And by you guys voting for Kamala Harris and Tampon Waltz, you are allowing this to happen and to be integrated into our culture, into our way of life, into our bathrooms, into our classrooms, into everything. So I don't want to hear no shit from y'all Dems when shit starts hitting the fan with this situation. Y'all just shut the fuck up and sit down and swallow that pill, because that's what y'all voted for. Again, I am very passionate about this topic. It bothers me. I'm not a saint. I had a girlfriend for 2 years. Been there, done that. It just wasn't for me. I came back to the team. I came back to the real team. And because I'm in my spiritual journey, it's blasphemy. I had to ask God for forgiveness for that bullshit. But the fact remains is that now we're changing genders, we're making operations, we're pumping hormones, we're allowing them to compete. It's too much. We're bullies. We're trying to make other countries see our foolery. I got a few videos for you to really try to make you guys see it and sit in this, because it needs to be talked about. We're coming up on the Democratic convention. We're coming up to debates. Again, I'm going to put it out there. It's the lesser of the two evils, but I'm voting for Trump, goddammit. This is the first time in my 49 years on this earth that I'm going Republican. And I'm going to say it loud and proud. I am not going to allow this bullshit. And I hope that y'all don't either. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started with the first video, BMU, please, and thank you.
Hey, Louise.
Come on. I love this.
There you go.
You like candy? You like a shark? Yeah, draft animal. How many dump trucks do you have?
We have two dump trucks outside. So I can see the excavator.
Mama's gonna take the shot. We're gonna take the shot. Good job.
Little boy, I don't give a shit if it's Halloween or not. That mom allowed that little boy to dress up as a little girl. Why? Why? Why would she think that that's okay? You're planting a seed that's unnecessary. Stop playing with these kids. I don't like it. Oh shit, look at Lady D saying something of value. Thank you, Lady D. I don't like it either, Lady D. I don't care what color these kids are. Black, white, purple, polka dot, Martian, alien. Stop playing with them. Now, y'all know if Lady D says something like that, I'm a woman. I have natural instincts of being a woman. I taught myself to put my own makeup on. Exactly. At Embrace, did you hear about all of those kids from Africa that fled to Canada because they were rainbow and their families were hiring hitmen to remove them from the earth? No, I didn't, but thank you for exposing that, because some countries don't play that. Same thing in Jamaica. They don't deal with boxy boys. They don't like that. Even though it's more prevalent now, a woman can't do anything for me but point me to a man. I know that's right, Milani. I know that's right. I mean, why would you dress up? If my son asked me to dress up as a girl for Halloween, I would say, hell no. But why, mommy? I said, because you're a motherfucking boy. That's what God made you. That's what God gave me, was a boy. I knew you was a boy. As soon as I found out I was pregnant, I already knew you was a boy. I was already buying clothes. I was already doing everything as if you was a boy, because I knew God was going to give me you exactly how I wanted. I had wanted a baby since I was 15, but I didn't get pregnant till I was 30. And he gave me the boy. Why would mothers and fathers entertain this? Why would you think that it's okay? I'm so disappointed in Dwayne Wade and Gabriella Union. The fact that I'm sorry. Take your kid to counseling. Talk to them. Show them that is not the way. Yes, King Limber, I had a very, very good day today, so I'm in a good mood. I'm in a better mood now for certain reasons, but we won't say nothing. Dag, did Lady finally leave Seattle, flew to the Midwest, and found some sense? No, I think she's just realizing that some of the foolery she says is unnecessary. She was good Friday night. I was ready to snipe her ass. I was sipping, cooking, doing my thing, and she was like, no, I'm going to be good, Grace. And she was. You know? I don't mind. Travel One, that's my girl. She don't ever disrespect me. She says her crazy shit, but she knows. Oh, please let a man ask them to lick another woman to please him. Why? I don't know where you going now, Lady D. You going in deep. you going in real deep. And Black Man Unfiltered say, if you want to join the show, of course, but turn that camera on. No camera, no comment. And don't forget to drop a Cash App. The game is to be sold, not told. Okay? And of course, drop a super chat for the network, because I got my great 2 engineers in the back working the show for me. And you guys already know we got 7 shows going on 7 days a week. So this is a lot of work for us, our content creators, the engineers, BMU. So drop a super chat, drop a Cash App. Trey paid Lady D a visit. Is that what happened? Oh, shit. I'm telling you. Oh, Lord. Yep. Good D, shifts a woman in different dimensions. I'm telling you that. Put some hop in your hip and some hip in your hop. So you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Y'all women know good D. So I don't know about you, but I didn't got some good D before, and I be going to work smiling. Hey, how you doing? Some of y'all need to, handle that. So don't be so damn mean and bitter walking around here. But anyway, be that as it may, this mom for Halloween, even though it was Halloween, it's still unacceptable. I don't want to hear y'all say, but it was Halloween. It's all in good fun. No. No. Stop embracing this shit. It's not okay. Our kids are already fucked up as they are because they're growing up in single mother households. Now we're going to throw this shit on them? We know better. And when we know better, we should do better. Allowing this is not cool, guys. It's not. And I just don't understand how y'all can't see this. Was he adopted, the child? I don't know what you're talking about, Demonte. Green beans. Good D will have her in the kitchen cooking. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. I'm telling you. If I've embraced A plus D, I'm in that kitchen in the morning making French toast, eggs, sausage, bacon, grits, biscuits, fresh squeezed orange juice. I'm making it happen because I'm looking for round 3 and 4. So you're absolutely right, Edward. You ain't lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. And people can tell when a woman's happy and sexually satisfied because we glow. We be glowing. Y'all don't see how, shout out to my queen, Take Heed. You don't see how she be glowing? You better ask somebody. You better ask somebody. He said, child, please. What is that supposed to be? You see, you trying to get in with me. The little black boy in the video was adopted by a white couple who let him dress in drag. And it's always a woman that's allowing a little black kid. Have you seen that? Have you noticed that? And y'all black ladies, don't get mad at me for saying, but it is black women are the #1 supporters of this foolery that I'm talking to right now. And I know y'all ain't gonna like what I'm saying, but it's true. It's true. I mean, one of my best friends is a gay guy. I love him, and he's awesome. But at the end of the day, it's something that he's going to have to deal with when his time comes. So also it says here, drag is actually an acronym. I didn't even know that. Drag stands for dressed as a girl. Drag is a performance of exaggerated femininity or masculinity in other forms of gender expression, usually for entertainment purposes. This is what it used to be, entertainment purposes, but now they're trying to make it a lifestyle. Now they're trying to make it a culture. Now they're trying to make it the norm. They're fucking with our kids, man. If it's not through sexual exploitation, if it's not through trafficking, if it's not through this crap, our kids are under attack. And a lot of y'all parents are just walking around, sleepwalking, and are not seeing this. My son moved to Georgia before I did. I moved a month. He moved right after Thanksgiving, and I didn't go there till 2 weeks later. And when he started school, I asked him how was his first day of school. He was like, Mom, 2 guys try to holler at me. I mean, this is what he got to worry about in high school? I said, well, what did you do? He was like, I told him I wasn't with that shit. I said, you better say it loud and better let them know. I mean, it's just out in high school. And I'm telling you, and anybody that knows me and knows me real well and know that I used to be about that life, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I'm really not. But I've just drawn the line. It's too much. There's a whole month of celebration. They get a whole month. But we can't even celebrate our men. They get a whole parade. Been to one of them too. Get a whole parade. They get clothes at Target and Walmart just for that. It's out there. It's going to touch your kids. It's going to hit your backyard. And I don't want to hear shit from y'all Dems because that's what you voted for. That's what you said. That's what you signed off for. Males are born with penises and females are born with vaginas. Period. Thank you for that, 18. I debrief my sons every week on this design. They're under attack. Yes, they are, green beans. Our children are under attack, especially our melanated children. We're going to be hit the hardest. Why? We're going to be hit the hardest because that's the population that they're trying to deplete. That's the population that they're trying to stop from growing. I will be that. This is for boys and this is for girls, parents. Absolutely. Disagree with that. No, it's not black men propaganda. It's black men that push that. Nah, Travel One. Black men do not push for that. It's black women. I would have been suspended that day. Males are, I read that one already. Nah, I don't see, and now they're allowed to adopt. Again, I don't have a problem, and I want to put it out there. Shout out to my LGBTQ community. But I'm not down with this gender transformation. I call them transformers. It's not cool. And again, whoever votes for Camilla and whoever votes for tampon walls, this is King Lee. We're talking about good old breakfast. Yeah, I got, full stomach. You got to keep your man full stomach, empty nut sacks. That's how you got to do it, King Lee, bro. Y'all young girls better learn how to keep a man. You gotta learn. Keep that stomach full. I love you too, King Lee, bro. And plus, I love to cook, so that's not a problem. You put me in a gourmet kitchen, I got you. You wake me up at 3 in the morning talking about you hungry, make you some, I got you. Because I need you to get up and be strong and go to work. You know what I'm saying? One hand washes the other, so both our faces are clean. That's how it's supposed to be. But y'all don't want to hear that. All y'all want to hear is what a man can do for you and what have you done for me lately. What the fuck have you done for him lately? What have you done for him? What do you do for him? All you care about is what a man can do for you, but what can you do for the man? How about we worry more about our children and the fact that they're under attack than worry about a man's bag? How about that? So let's go ahead and go on to the second video, BMU. I would appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm showing that video to remind all of us adults how we grew up. Things were so much simpler back then. We didn't have social media. We played outside all day. All the cousins got together at grandma's house or auntie's house, and we all brought our sleeping bag and we slept. You know what I'm saying? Together. We watched our cartoons in the morning, and as soon as mama take out that Fabuloso and bleach and playing that loud music, it was time to clean. But now we got to worry about if our kid is going to decide to be male or female. We got to worry about if our kid is safe in the bathroom because we don't have a grown-ass man in the bathroom. We have tampons in boys' bathrooms. But we're going to take our shot. They can't even change a tire. They didn't even check the oil. Girls don't know how to cook. Being girly is good. Why do women use it as an insult towards heterosexual men? I don't know, Milani. And it's sad. I'm so disheartened and so heartbroken that this is what we have come to. And of course, it's always, always, always more prevalent in the melanated community. We got our actors made to dress up in women. Somebody asked me the other day, because yesterday I was talking, shout out to Gil, who asked me this question. He was like, yeah, but don't you like the Medea shows and the Medea plays? I said, you know what? I used to watch them, but I stopped watching that shit. The fact that we can embrace a whole man dressed as a woman and talk about church and God and all in the same breath, it's just crazy to me. I stopped co-signing on a lot of shit. I tell people this all the time. I don't go to baby showers if there's not a father present. If it's just a baby mama, I will not go to your baby shower. Because if I go, I'm supporting it. I don't just sit up here and talk my shit. I walk the walk. I try to do the best that I can to stick to what I speak. I stick to what I practice, what I preach. Am I perfect at it? Absolutely not. But I will not go to a baby shower if there's no father present. No, absolutely not. I will not go to any more rainbow parades. I will not go to any drag shows anymore. I will no. I won't. I'm not with it. And I'm not just going to be not with it just here on these YouTube streets. I'm going to be with it in real life or not with it. I'm not going to give up my friends, though, because those are lifetime friendships, 24, 25 years. And both of them are my child's, they're titis. Milani says, some family members don't speak to me anymore because I said something about it. Oh, well, if a family member wants to stop talking to you because of that, then you know what? Fuck them, Milani. We love you here. We'll talk to you. We'll embrace you. Oh, shit, look at Edward sending a $5 super chat. BMU, put that $5 super chat up there and give him something he can enjoy for that super chat. Thank you for supporting the BMU network. I really, really appreciate it. Appreciate it. Them boys be working hard. Them men be working hard back there, backstage. They deserve it. But his super chat, whenever BMU decides to pull it up, says, for all the real women that love us men. Absolutely, Edward. I love y'all. I respect y'all. I value y'all. And I need y'all. I do. I'm lost without a man. I wouldn't know how to change a tire. I'm not too afraid of bugs. I can now frogs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call somebody. I'm gonna have to call somebody over to come get a frog because I don't do frogs. I'm terrified of frogs. I don't do frog. Oh, here we go with Lady. See, Lady D. I knew it was too good to be true. Here she come. Lady D said, "What's a real man?" Here, and we're off. I knew it was too good to be true. What's up, Braxton? I see you. I see you, honey. Thank you for coming. Thank you for always supporting me. Don't forget to press the like, subscribe, and share. Just like shout out to DJ Ham. Tell a friend to tell a friend. The game is to be sold, not told. Drop me a cash app, a little something. You know what I'm saying? My kid is starting college, and I need to get him everything. You know, when you go to college, you got to start from the nitty to the gritty. He need everything. So, you know, much love, King Limbra. Much love to you too, baby. But with that being said, we got I got another one last video. I'm not gonna beat this topic all night. If nobody comes up, that's okay too. I just wanted to get this off my chest before you guys decide to vote. Do your research, know what these people stand for. There it is. For all the real women that love us real men, $5 super chat. Thank you, Edward. We appreciate that. BMU appreciates that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. BMU, you got the last video. Wife School Podcast. How you doing, baby girl? I heard you've been
teaching this radical with some. We do not need to be teaching this radical LGBT grooming agenda in schools. It's one thing if parents want to do that on their own time. That is a parent's right to do that, with some exceptions, of course. But to bring this in and bake this into a public school curriculum is wrong. And meanwhile, Chinese students are learning quantum physics, and we've got our students learning how to twerk from drag queens. It's not going to end well. This is grooming. This is ideological mind control. It's introducing this to a group of individuals, especially to young kids who have no business learning any of this sexually explicit material. This is not about being anti-gay, or as the incorrectly labeled Ron DeSantis' bill, don't say gay. This is about keeping this out of the classroom because it does not belong there. This is a grooming agenda. It is extreme. It is explicit. It does not belong in front of young children at their school. They should be learning reading, writing, and arithmetic, not this filth.
And that's exactly how I feel. We have better things to teach our children than learning how to twerk from a drag queen. At Embrace the Grace, good evening and welcome. I gave gay and bi friends and family, etc. I'm for them and everyone else having their American and human rights as they should, but I'm not for no type of agendas. Okay. Let's dissect this, Braxton, and thank you for your honesty and your openness and your transparency. I have gay and bi friends and family, etc. I'm for them and everyone else having their American and human rights as they should, but I'm not for no type of agendas.
Bullshit.
But Braxton, we're going a little bit too far as human rights. To change the sex of a person is way beyond a human right. Like I told you, I have friends in the rainbow community and I'm cool with it. But when you're starting to change now genders and you're throwing them in competition and you're allowing them to go into bathrooms where you have children going there, when do we draw the line? And Black Man Unfiltered said, being gay is an agenda. Excuse me. Let's talk. I mean, that's good, Braxton. I like that. I like it. And I get it. But at the same time, you're embracing the fact that you're okay with humans changing their gender. It's going against every fiber of our being. You're going against God. You're already going against God being a part of the rainbow community. But again, that's none of my business. That's between them and their God. But now you're playing God by allowing people to change their genders. When is enough is enough? Why do we have drag queens twerking in our classrooms for second, third, and fourth graders to see? Like she said, China is learning other shit. Why are we at the bottom of everything? Because we're too busy twerking in children's classrooms. Can you put that comment up at BMU? Absolutely. It's a new form of buck breaking. Braxton put a, let me help y'all. It's just like crack. Swank Rizzy, welcome to the show. Never seen you before, but thank you for coming. Let me help y'all. It's just like crack. It was meant for the melanated people. And it's not just spiraled, it's spiraled out of control. And thank you for using melanated people, because I have to be careful with my verbiage, Swank, because I get accused of being a black woman basher. So thank you for that. At Embrace the Grace, that's exactly what I mean. If someone who's an adult wants to be trans, that's fine. But literally being pushed on kids and competing in sports of opposite gender, that's a no-go. Okay, so you're being reasonable. So you would agree that we're just taking it too far. And that's where I'm at with this. We're just taking it too far. I don't want, God forbid, I have a little granddaughter and we go in the bathroom and there's a whole man there naked. I'm fighting. I'm fighting somebody, because you're exposing to my baby girl. And that's the problem. We have these children exposed to too much too early. Del Monte Green Bean says, this is the underlying agenda, a certain part of the agenda. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's too much. The drag shows back in the days used to be underground, used to be hush hush. And I get it. People want to live their lives. People want to get out of the closet and live your life. But just don't infringe on mine. Don't infringe on my child's life. I'm with change, but I'm not with that change. Now you're playing God. Oh, but I was born like that. I feel that somebody's going to really have to break down to me. I know I'm ignorant of the fact and I'm just up here talking shit, but at the same time, you're going to have to convince me. Somebody's going to have to convince me and get their information right to try to explain to me that this is okay. That if my son goes to the boys' bathroom at 8 years old, he sees a whole woman there. He sees tampons in the boys' bathroom. Bossman CB said, nobody is born that way. It's a choice. I mean, popular to contrary belief, Bossman, that's what they say. That they're born that way. That they feel they may have a woman's body, but they feel like a man. Milani says, feel guilt for the things they did and feel like they have to live with it. No, I don't have to live with somebody. You're right, Milani. I don't have to live with somebody else's fuckery. My thing is now you're taking away from the other gender. And y'all women think it's funny. We already have a man shortage. And now we have men dressing up as women, looking better than real women, taking y'all men. Like, I really try to understand that. I am addicted to the show, The Chai. And there is two characters that play that part. And I watch it to try to like really kind of understand the situation. And they kind of made a scene where they were, doing their thing. They didn't take it too far. I couldn't. I mean, they talk about having kids. Like, this is all normal. That this is okay. What's going to happen when rapture comes? And then the fact that churches are okay with this. I know I may lose some subscribers. I know, I mean, I've already lost like 2-3 friends over the Trump and Kamala things, and that's okay. But I'm not with this shit. I don't like this shit. I don't like this shit. I'm thinking for the future, for my grandbabies, my grandbabies' babies. Is there going to be enough of us here? How are we going to reproduce if we're okay with this? I stopped watching The Chai. It was too much. I know. Yep. And the right, and Braxton said, yep, and right, the restroom thing also. That's all a no-go for me. Okay. But A-Team, the chai also has a lot of good things. And we'll get into that. I was actually going to do a show about that show because I wanted to show the positive things that show shows. So thank you for reminding me. No one is born a certain sexuality generally. It's all a choice. I choose to be heterosexual, so yeah, LOL. Men are naturally attracted to women, but the choice to stay attracted to a woman is a choice. And you're right. I'm living proof of that, boss man. I was attracted, I went there. I went there. Even had a relationship for 2 years, but it's just not for me. It's too much work. Women are a headache. It's a lot of work. I even gained more respect for men after I went through that experience. Because I saw the shit that you, hey, Take Heat, how are you, mama? Thank you for coming. I saw that it wasn't for me. It was too much of a headache, and I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with it. Edward Gilbert said videos. No, Edward, you're not going to see no goddamn videos, okay? Stop it. And I didn't dress like a boy, and I was still dressed like a girl and everything. So don't go there, okay? You're not going to try to get all up in my shit right now, okay? I'm already telling you too much than I am. And I told you, because my son watches this show, I can't get too much in it. And he knows about it. Like I said, I just don't give him too many details. But if he asks, I'll tell him. But I learned my lesson. I've repented and I've asked for forgiveness, and we keep it moving. We keep it moving. But I don't want none of y'all Dems who vote for Kamala and Tampax Waltz, when this shit hits the fan with these Transformers, y'all better go sit down somewhere. This is what y'all voted for. This is what y'all wanted. And Trump ain't with that shit. So not only are we deleting our babies at a record pace, now we're changing agendas so we can produce even less. So what are we going to do? We're going to allow them to knock us all out? Because that's what they want. 5% already controls 95% of the country. So you're telling me that 95% can't get together and overthrow the 5%? Damn, that 5% is everything then. I am not going to allow my granddaughter to walk into a bathroom and see a whole man in the woman's bathroom. Did you guys see what happened at Planet Fitness? Woman complained about a whole man being in the women's locker room. They didn't side with her. They canceled her membership. But you know what happened? It went onto social media and their stock plummeted. If you go to drag shows, you're co-signing to the shit. If you vote Dem, you're co-signing to the shit. You're okay with it. And if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, don't come bitching and don't talk your shit later. Okay? You made your bed, now lie in it. So when that boy that identifies as a girl takes your daughter's scholarship, don't say shit. Just take it. When that girl who identifies as a boy dates somebody and doesn't tell them, don't say nothing. Take it. Look what put what 18. You see, this is and I know we're not supposed to be talking about what ifs, but what if he's feeling like he wants some vagina that day and violates a child in the bathroom? Exactly. Because I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, don't believe that you can just turn that shit on and off. If you can, maybe you can. I don't know. Like I said, I've been born a woman. I've always been a woman. Even though, you know what, I've been accused of being a trans. Maybe because of my voice, or what, or maybe because it's my strong jawline. That's my Italian. That's my Italian side. And as I lose more weight, y'all gonna see this face get smaller and that jawline really stick out. I don't care how much wigs, weaves, dresses, skirts, makeup, acrylic nails, how high pitched the males makes his voice, and how ghetto he acts either. A man is a man is a man. A woman is a woman is a woman. I can only go to drag show that involves high HP cars and high octane fuel. I get it. I don't get it, but you know what I'm saying? What if he's we read that one. And then what about the trans that identify as a woman, dress as a woman, date men, will date your son, okay? And then they find out in the bed that they're really with a man. Because a lot of them lie. Lady D said, teach your kids how to fight and let society call them animals, ghetto, whatever you want to call them. Well, we're not going to condone violence here, okay, Lady D, but what does teaching the kids to fight have to do with this? Hi, skinny boy. How are you, baby? Don't forget to go to my channel and press the like button over there, okay? And don't be shy about dropping a cash app. The game is to be sold, not told. And don't forget to bless the BMU network with a super chat, because we got engineers working hard in the background 7 days a week. Swank Rizzy said, ain't no real ninja gonna make that kind of mistake. Swank, you be surprised. You will be surprised. I'll be right back then. Thank you, skinny boy. You'll be surprised, because there are a lot of times that men won't find out until the last minute. So I've heard horror stories. I've heard stories where a man killed a man, deleted a man because of that. Well, there you go. You see what I'm saying? There you go. That happens. Trust me, that happens. 18 said exactly. That's why lots of them are being deleted. They're not being real. They want to be real with their genders, but they're not telling the opposite gender who they really are. And if it's a manly man and worried about his reputation, he would rather go to jail for deleting. Where's the dimples and glasses? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Take heed. Now I got pinto bean on my ass too now. Okay. Where the dim? Okay, so here are the glasses. If you want the glasses, I'm good. They right here. They ain't far. And the dimples only come out sometimes when I really smile a lot. Only a couple things make me smile a lot. So you know. So you gotta.
I got my drink in my two-step. Hey, from the jailhouse.
I'll tell you, boy, I love me some BMU. I swear to God. He is infatuated with that man's wife. Who we talking about? Oh, wait, hold on. Lady, these YouTubers calling women out all out the names have a reason for doing it. I don't get that comment. He is infatuated with that man's wife. Who, 18? These YouTubers calling women out their names. Green beans. Green, I tell you, I be like, y'all really be starting my day. Y'all go, please go check out Take Heed to the Message every morning like clockwork. She will give you your morning fix and fix your day up. And she be dropping gems for real, for real. Okay, y'all talking about y'all don't want to listen to me because I'm non-black. Then go see her, and you still talk shit. We call them hoes because they are hoes. I mean, Lady D removed her picture. I don't know why, but I'm not gonna. You know, it is what it is. The thing is that I have noticed that Lady D has calmed her ass down. She's being good. You know what I'm saying? And she's this shit crazy. Yeah, I know. I call you pinto beans. You know, I call you pinto. Fuck the green beans. But y'all be killing me in the morning time. I be hating having to log on. I log on at 10 and they give us 15 minutes to get all our systems up, but I'm already up. I take the extra 15 minutes just to see you and Take Heed get into it. You know, you don't have you can show me love too. You know, and the cash at me $50. You know what I'm saying? But I know I gotta work my way up there. I will, work my way up there. It's all good. It's all good. But don't forget, shout out to DJ Ham. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Subscribe, share. Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. But guys, I guess nobody really wants to come up here tonight, and I understand why. This is a touchy situation, and I don't mind it. I just needed to get this off my chest because I don't know, boss man, did the baby go down? Because I'm kind of waiting for you. Take heed, just peoples. I ain't on no weird shit like, oh, we all know that. Green means it's still funny. It's still great to watch every morning. It's awesome. It's like brother and sisters fighting every day. You know. So we already know. Embrace 50 for a video. Oh my goodness, Edward. No, I'm not showing you no videos. No, that's for my eyes only. There's a video for you, Edward. Sorry. Many have tried, but few have succeeded. So that's not going to happen. Green beans, that was a joke. Okay, let me check my room, see what's going on. So tell me, on a scale, everybody put a 1 in the chat who's down for this shit. I want to see what I'm working with. And anybody who's not down for this shit, put a 2. I just want to feel the room out. I just want to feel the chat. Tell me. Grace says we really much about her life. Not much, Travel 1. Nothing major. Skinny Boy said 2. Milani 2. Matt Cub McStubble is down with it. For Milani, the 1 is you down with it. Matt Club McStubble, how you doing today? I've never seen you here. Welcome. Okay, so Matt, talk to me. I mean, thank you, Catalia. I see you. 2.8. What the? She can get my paycheck if she sit on my lap and do that. The girl in the video. Oh no, who has to do that? The girl in the video or me, Edward? Wow, I'll tell you. Yeah, take heed. Y'all know you watching, girl. I know. All right, so I got a 2 from Skinny Boy. I got a 2.0 from Tix and Milani. You said a 1. A 1 represents that you down with the shit. But I don't think you meant to put a 1. And Matt Club McStubble, talk to me. Why do you think, and you're welcome to come up, talk to me. Why do you think that this is okay for people to walk around and chop their penises off, chop their breasts off, just because they identify with a certain gender? I mean, help us understand. I mean, for all my okay, Milani, I'm glad you fixed it. I knew the woman will crush hip bones. Mm. Yeah, but then them bones will be crushed with a smile, cause that's they business. Oh, cause that's they business. I'm gonna say how you wrote it, cause that's they business. You want to join the show, of course, but turn that camera on. No camera on, no comment. So with that being said, I mean, McStubble, make me understand. I mean, please make everybody else understand. How do you think that that's okay? I'm not asking you to change my mind, because my mind will never change on that. But at least you can make me understand. I mean, you did put something in the chat, and that's what I want. I want the dialogue. I want people like this to come up here and make us understand, how is this shit okay? How is it okay that you're a man and now you identify as a woman and you are able to compete in women's sports? How is that okay? We're talking about drag queens, we're talking about transgenders, we're talking about all of it, hun. All of it. I mean, I used to be in awe when I saw drag queens, because they're everybody who knows me knows I love makeup, and they shit was on point. We got another super chat, okay? The Monte Green Beans, put that super chat up there. Shorty, thick as cold peanut butter. I know that's right. That's thick. That's thick, thick. And the outfit she got on is peanut butter color. So I get it, Green Beans. You see, I try not to see. I don't look at women that way anymore. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't. You are troublemakers. So absolutely, he's starting trouble over here now. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for your super chat. Okay, so we have to separate drag from the trans experience. We can. You're absolutely right. At Mixed Double, you're absolutely right. But well, let me not use but, because but negates everything I just said. However, that's where it starts, though. You got drag queens coming to children's classrooms, reading stories at story time in the 2nd and 3rd grade. You got drag queens twerking in children's classrooms. That's where it starts, Mixed Double. It's hard to separate them, because that's where it starts. Why would you invite a drag queen to 2nd and 3rd, 4th grade classroom and then be twerking and teaching them how to twerk? Where in anybody's fucking mind is that okay? How is that different than a stranger in a Barney costume? Because it's not changing the gender. A Barney costume is just a costume. When a man is dressed up in a woman, as a woman, right? And then they're twerking, and then they're changing their body parts. Now we have tampons in a men's bathroom. Matt, come on, let's talk about it. So is a wig and a dress. And I don't, and that too is a problem. You see, you're and a tail, but you're moving the goalpost. That's your answer. Why? Why would anybody be twerking in front of kids? Period. It's a very impressionable age. That's what I'm trying to get to, Mixed Double. How is it okay to have tampons in a men's restroom? How is it okay just because you identify as a woman, you're allowed to compete in women's sports? I'm following your lie, and I appreciate that, and I respect that. I really, really do. I really, really do, Matt. I mean, it's just comes a time when we have to draw a line in the sand. Again, I don't have a problem with the LGBTQ community. I don't have a problem with them getting married, because they deserve the rights. Again, that situation is between them and their God. But now when you are infringing upon my rights and my children's rights, that's when I got to say the buck stops here.
Bullshit?
That's when I gotta say bullshit. It's too much, McStubble. Why are we not teaching cursive anymore in 2nd and 3rd grade? Why are we not teaching financial literacy? Most of the kids don't even know shit about credit. Don't even know how to write a check out. And sometimes checks do still need to be written out. They don't know how to write cursive. They don't have a signature. Why did we take home ec out of school? Why did we take shop out of school? But we teaching them. I would come in on the stream, y'all, but let me just stay to typing. Why, green beans? You scared? Because if you're scared, I'll take you home. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You already do enough in the morning time. You winding down right now with me. It's too much. I don't know. Heck, people don't twerk in front of kids on Bourbon Street. I've seen it. It's rarely or barely happens down here. We just don't have respect for kids anymore. I know y'all budget cuts from people who don't want to invest in our children's future, but they want to invest in having trans and drag queens come to our kids and read them story. I just needed to make sense. That's why I have all these kids right now are lost in the fucking sauce. You don't want that for the brand. I'm just trying to open you guys out, your eyes open, and I'm just trying to make you aware that if we allow this from Camilla and Tampon Waltz, it's going to be where we're not going to be able, it's going to be the point of no return. I really need you guys to take heed to this message. It's going to be the point of no return. I can see how you're feeling. It is. I am feeling uncomfortable because I'm torn. I really am torn because, like I said, and I admitted it, I used to be a member of the rainbow community. I've heard.
Why?
But as you grow older and your priorities change and you get deep into that Bible and you start going on your spiritual journey, you start to see the wrongfulness of things. There was a lesson, but how do the rights of others take away from you? How does it take away from me? Well, not me personally, but it takes away the rights of our children. If you have a man that identifies as a woman and now she's allowed to compete in women's sports, that's taking away the rights of women. If you have a little girl that's in a gym locker room and you have a whole grown ass man in the locker room, it's violation. Why is a little girl, why is a 13-year-old teenager allowed to see a whole grown man naked in the girls' locker room? Should queer, let me see. I nothing like the warmth of a hard-bodied man. Oh, wait, don't make me read that out loud, girl. And McStubble says, should queer children feel validated? Again, I don't have nothing against queer. It's now when we're changing genders. That's where I draw the line. Maybe I can't draw the line all the way through because I've been there, done that, and that would be me being a hypocrite. But my line is drawn with Transformers. That's where I draw the line. Lady D, I'm homeless, conservative bum. Skinny boy, are you married, a homeowner, a business owner? That's conservative. Guys, don't start. Lady D, don't start. Be nice. You've been doing good. I'm about to close out soon. As soon as I finish talking to Boss Man, you've been doing good. Okay? You've been doing good, baby girl. You did good on Friday too. I was proud of you. So let's stay the way you've been doing. You've been good lately. Performative. Performative, or both? Skinny boy, shoot me your email. Okay. I don't understand the question, McStubble. Can you tell me again? Okay, so Braxton's been here busy typing away. Hold on a second, Braxton. I'm coming. This is mayhem. Let there be carnage. Yeah, but on this topic, BMU, I could get canceled. You can get I don't want to take that chance. So I am gonna, walk on eggshells with this. But let me see. Braxton's been busy. You got to go to my room now, BMU, because he's been busy typing away. Let me see. That's how homicide, some cases, happens against them. That's right. Those need to be put back in grade schools. One thing DeSantis did was he made learning credit accounts, bank accounts, etc. mandatory in the Florida grade school. Yup. DeSantis is someone that I hate to love and love to hate. He's been doing a lot of good for the state of Florida, but he's also been doing some foolery too. But at least he's doing something. Did you feel that gender is performative for or both? Shit, I gotta look up the connotation of the definition of how you're trying to put it in that sentence. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hold on. Heck, people don't twerk in front of. Okay, yeah, I read that. That's right. Though I read that. Grade school curriculum. Yeah, we got to keep to our grade school curriculum. Ms. Stubble, I don't understand the question. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm not going to sit up here and BS you. Break it down to me. Break it down to me. The ground zero, so I can properly answer the question for you. So I think Boss Man is trying to come on. Let me see. Every comment you get, I see them and can pull them. Okay, B. Okay. Let's see. The walk the line. You have fake people in the chat that are here to report the channel only. Yeah, you're right. Walk the line. You have fake people. Is your gender what you are, what you do, or is it a little bit of both? Your gender is who you are. There's only two genders. That's it. Man or woman. Period. Mixed double. That's the only thing I can do. I can say to you. There are only two genders. And that's man and that's woman. Hey, the baby sleep?
He's watching.
Half sleep.
But he got everything he needs to be able to go to sleep.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I'm glad that you have something to say about this, especially coming from a black man, because you guys are under attack the most. Because and I know I may get in trouble for this, but like my girls he said, I gotta walk my line. It's most of y'all black women that push this agenda onto y'all little boys. No shit. So biological gender, male, female, but what about intersex? Matt, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to say it one more time. There's only two genders on my plate. It's either you're a man or you're a woman, period. Now, if you're a tomboy, okay. Now, if you're a man who's a little bit feminine, okay. But to go and change your body parts, to go and get hormone therapy, well, I've been talking enough about this show. Go ahead, boss man. What say you on this topic?
Well, I have to say this is the topic that had me show my face for the first time.
I know, right? I know. I feel honored. I'm like, you guys, we now see what boss man looked like. I guess this is important to you then.
Yes, it is. My wife and I, we talk about this. We talk about this a lot. We actually, I wouldn't say debate about it. We dialogue about this a lot.
Okay.
So I kind of want to start on the aspect of, where do I start? Well, let's start where we definitely agree a lot on. There's not too many areas that we disagree. One area that we definitely agree on is the issue of propagandizing towards kids. For me, I know a lot of people that are gay, that are not on the, let's just say just not on the straight path. Let's just say.
Okay.
I argue from a perspective of a non-religious perspective. And in a country where people want to say that it's founded on a religious front, I agree that it is founded on somewhat of a religious front, but my argument is that we don't know what religious front, because all it says is God. It didn't say which God. It says God.
Okay. Okay.
Which means you have the ability to practice whatever religion. And constitutionally speaking, and secondarily speaking from the Constitution, and secondarily and tertiarily speaking, it doesn't preferentialize or prefer any one religion over the other. So I can't speak from a religious perspective
Okay.
when it comes to the LGBTQ perspective. I can't speak from that, and I won't. What I will say is your sexual preference should not be something that is out in the forefront. It should not be something that you wear as a badge of honor that says, hi, my name is so-and-so, and I'm bi, I'm queer, I'm gay, I'm straight, I'm this, I'm that. What you do behind closed doors should be behind closed doors. Now, everyone having the ability to love and marry who they want to marry and love who they want to love, I really don't care, because who you love behind closed doors has no effect on me. Who you're between, behind, in front of, under, or on top of does not affect. I'm sorry, it does not affect me. I used to be Christian. I don't right now. I don't ascribe to any religious institution at all. But I grew up Christian. I grew up Baptist, Southern Baptist, and then transitioned to non-denominational. So I grew up heavy in the church. We're talking dance teams. We're talking the usher board. I used to lead an entire region of youth ministry.
Wow.
An entire region, because I used to teach dance. So an entire region. I from the age of 13. Dancing, teaching dance, and choreography. So I was in church heavy every week, every day of the week for something. Okay. So with that in mind, I used to think like that. But I'm not going to impose anybody's religious preference onto anybody. But what I can say is leave that mess out of schools, leave that mess out of any place but in the places where it's supposed to be. So in schools, the only thing that should be taught in schools is ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and what happened in history. That's it. That's F
And membership, because they don't even teach cursive anymore.
That's it. That's all that should be happening in schools. Okay. Now, as it relates to the transgender portion specifically, all right, here we go. Apparently, there are 72. I'm going to correct our pain here. He said 52 in his last show. There are 72 genders now. Okay, put that in your pipe and smoke it. There are 72 genders now. Okay. I don't understand it. 72 genders now. Okay, put that in your pipe and smoke it. There's 2. Okay. The other 70 are people's mindset of what they prefer and what they like and what they dislike. That's it. 2 genders. 2. Okay. Now, with that in mind, people's ability to transition. All right. To me, transition all you want to. As long as you're paying for it, the government isn't paying for it, I don't care. I really, again, it does not, from American citizens' point of view, I fought for my country, I sacrificed for my country, I injured myself for my country. I don't care. I really don't. But the moment you start infringing upon other people's rights, the moment you start wanting to change society in a way that is destructive, not constructive, destructive. So here's an example of constructive change.
Okay.
Someone's ability to marry who they want to marry. That, to me, that's a constructive change. I can argue. I can come to the middle on that one. Yeah, the Christians may not like it. Yeah, whatever. That's a constructive change. All right. Here's a deconstructive change. When we start changing grammar, when we start saying that now I am they.
The pronouns.
Okay, but now that may not be so bad, but here's where it gets interesting. When it starts proliferating into schools. Okay, when because I have a 2-year-old now. Okay, so when my eventual school-age child goes into school and his teacher goes in and introduces him or herself as anything other than him or herself, it becomes my pronouns are they, them. Well, why? Are you more than one person? How do you teach English when you're how do you do that? I have questions. Okay, even a schizophrenic person, when you're talking to someone with schizophrenia and they have more than one person waiting in the queue to take the driver's seat, even when you're talking to that person, that motherfucker, that person says, okay, listen, hear me out. That person says, oh no, Johnny is in the back. You're talking to Tom. Because they means more than one corporeal person, not more than one conscience. As far as how we talk about what they means in Webster's dictionary. Oh, speaking of Webster's dictionary.
2022, I found out today doing my research that they changed the definition of a woman.
There we go. Here is a deconstructive change. Thanks for that segue, because I have this conversation with my daughter as well. And thank goodness I've come around to that one. When you start changing the definition of things, when you can't even agree to what is real anymore, legislation is built on common understanding of what shit is. Okay?
Okay.
Legislation is built on what shit is. Okay? So, when you write in laws about rape, for instance, okay, laws are written specifically to define what should happen to a particular gender when situations like that occur. If you can't define what a woman is, now we have a problem. But the moment that you start adding in auxiliary ports to what the hell something is, you dilute what something truly is. Now, if I'm signing a damn document, here we go. If I'm signing a document and you want to add a fucking bubble, add one. Add one. Male, female, transgender. Fine. Add a bubble. Add one. Because adding one would be a constructive change. Because that means that in the pursuit of happiness and in the thought of inclusion, as it relates to everyone having rights in this country that is not founded on a religious state like Dubai is, for instance. There isn't a one religion. This country is founded on a Catholic religion. I use that intentionally. A Catholic religion base, where everyone's able to practice whatever religion they want to practice. So, fine, add a bubble. But don't come in and fuck up what is already established. And a woman, whether you like it or not, is already established as beautiful as she is. Don't fuck that up. But here's where I'm going to piss off the women. And I haven't read the chat yet, so I don't know at all who I've pissed off already, but I'm really about to piss off all women here. Y'all allowed this shit.
Yep, I agree.
The very moment that y'all allowed someone to tell y'all that they were equivalent to y'all, and y'all said, yeah, queen. That's where y'all fucked up. Because the very moment that y'all allowed someone to come in and step on y'all's region, because y'all had somebody else to lock arms to bash the actual man. That's what happened. Because women already suffer as is to get adequate health care. I had to argue my wife's OBGYN down to get her to the delivery room, because they didn't believe that she was in pain and having contractions in that moment.
And it's funny that you talk about that, because that is a show that I'm having, because it is prevalent in the African American community for women. They get a lot of Black African American women die during childbirth, and that because they are not. Look, I had my son. I had him on a Sunday. They shipped me out Tuesday morning home. But the girl next door to me, she had been there since Friday, and it was still Tuesday, and she was still there.
Yep.
Okay? So I'm not Black. I'm telling y'all, I may not be all the way Black, but they treat me like I'm Black, because that girl's been there since Friday. It was Tuesday. She had no medical emergencies, none. They kicked my ass right out at a West Boca Medical Center. Had him on a Tuesday night. Oh, you gone Tuesday morning.
Yep.
But this chick, blonde, blue eyes, had been in the hospital since Friday, and it was already Tuesday. And I asked her, so what's going on with you? Why are you still here? Oh, they're just making me rest. And because, I had a C-section, they say they think I need more rest. More rest? But they're sending me home today. So I am so glad you were there for your wife. Tell us the story, because this is something that is real with among my African American sisters. Go ahead.
Yeah, I went to every appointment with her, every checkup, every examination that my OBGYN did. I watched. I was there. I watched every single thing. I was there, and my wife was telling her that she was having contractions. I had brought her in on an emergency appointment. Took her a day to get that one, and brought her in. And the lady was saying to her that, oh, you wouldn't know if you were having contractions because you wouldn't be able to walk, or you wouldn't be able to do X, Y, and Z, or whatever.
They were telling her that they were Braxton Hicks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But mind you, this is my wife's third child. So she would know what contractions would feel like. You would think. No. So they literally told her that, and it was a Friday. So they told her that she would know, and she was trying to get admitted and dilated that day. But they wouldn't do it because she wasn't already automatically dilated enough. So they wouldn't do it. So they said, but if it gets to a point where you are physically doing this, physically doing that, like they're looking for physical markers, as opposed to the fact that there was this level of pain before, earlier the previous week at a last appointment, and now she's at a certain point where she's at this level of pain. Damn everybody else, this is where we are now. And mind you, she was only, I think she was 5 days from her delivery day, scheduled delivery day. So it wasn't abnormal for there to be contractions around this time period.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't be abnormal. Well, that night, I ended up taking her to the hospital.
How many centimeters was she dilated already when she got to the hospital? That's crazy.
4 at that point, 4 to 6.
That's crazy. So what did they want her to weigh until it popped out? That's when it was going to be suffice for her?
Apparently. Yeah. So, and then by the time I actually got her there, she was basically in that type of pain that that doctor was talking
She
about.
was in active labor.
Yes, by the time that we actually got into the room that we were not the delivery room, but the I guess
the triage.
Thank you, triage.
Okay.
Well, that room. That's when she was actually going like one step away from going into labor, right?
Oh my God.
So she was actually like damn near in labor by the time waiting for epidural to get there. Yeah. So my point that I'm making about all of that is healthcare is already bad enough for ladies to actually get affordable and get on time and and get women to even be believed whenever y'all say y'all need shit. And y'all want men to be involved in that? You got men that are saying that they want to be treated like women when they go and get healthcare. They got men that want to be treated just because they either want a vagina or got augmented for a vagina. Well, you could be make a bear all you want to, but you're still a man at the end of the day. What I don't get is this mindset that we're supposed to live in everyone's delusion. And this is what I mean by the fact that if we can't agree on what is object reality, and object reality is shit ain't what it ain't and shit is what it is. And what it isn't is that you were born, unless you are a medical anomaly, which those are a thing.
Yeah, because they have hermaphrodites. They have hermaphrodites. If anybody doesn't know what
so there are physical hermaphrodites, and then there are chemical hermaphrodites, meaning that there are people who are female on the outside, but for the most part, genetically speaking, they have the chemical makeup of either a male, but they have physical makeup of a female, and they were born that way, or vice versa, right? So it just depends. But those are such a minority to make a law for them. You're making a law a solution in search of a problem.
I agree.
Unnecessary.
I agree. But we can't take care of melanated people in this world. Y'all don't have laws. You guys don't have certain things. But anyway, that's a whole different topic.
So my point that I am making here is that because we give in to delusion. Now again, being gay, being bisexual, those type of things like that. Hell, even drag to me isn't necessarily a delusion, because look at RuPaul. RuPaul is not confused at the fact that that's a man.
And he dresses down. See, drag used to be for entertainment purposes. It used to be for entertainment, but now they're trying to force it out as a way of life, make it the norm. And it's too dry. Like you said, it's destructive, not constructive. What are we gaining by allowing this bullshit to infiltrate our culture? I mean, I guess maybe I should have interviewed some people before I did this show and really got more data. And it doesn't mean I can't still do it, but what are we gaining by this?
I know what we're gaining.
What?
We're gaining the ability to say that we appealed to the feeling, because people's feeling is more important than people's rights. It is more important to appeal to feelings because we don't want to hurt feelings.
Oh, but fuck the black people's feelings, right? And all the racism and all the shootings and all the bullshit that y'all been going through for years. What about y'all feelings? That don't matter?
So see, our feelings, to address ours, means that you have to acknowledge reality. To engage with their feeling, it's playful.
Okay.
It's delusion. And they know it's delusion. So it's just like, here you go. But to acknowledge our feeling, it means that you have to acknowledge reality. See, to acknowledge Black people's problems, you first have to acknowledge that we're Black. This is not something that you can hide. Yeah, I'm light skinned. Okay. And I've been told all my life that I'm pretty, whatever. But you can't hide this. This is not the same. I can't hide melanin.
But you can hide body parts.
Michael Jackson did it, but neither here nor there. You can't hide melanin. Okay. And the issues that come with everything that's tied to what they did to melanated people, from Indians to Africans to Mexicans, because I'm Black, Indian, and Mexican. So you mix those three together and you get a mutt. So get all that together, okay? Every melanated class of people, you have to actually acknowledge reality whenever you acknowledge our feelings. A trans person, you're just playing to their delusion, because the idea, the actual foundational idea, and mind you, this isn't hate towards anybody. Don't hate anybody. It's too much energy to hate people. I hate the mindset. Mindset says that you don't like what you were, and therefore you want to believe that you're something that you're not. And so because you don't like what you are, you want to believe you are what you aren't. And therefore and now I'm making it incumbent upon you to believe my delusion. And if you don't believe my delusion, and then on top of that, feed my delusion, because delusion, the requirement of delusion is to feed it. If there's nothing to feed the delusion, it dies. That's why narcissists need what they need. They need attention. Got it? Okay. So if you don't feed delusion, it dies. So if you don't feed my delusion, then something is wrong with you. You're a bigot because you don't feed my delusion. Even though I have no problem with anyone wearing what they want to wear, doing whatever they want to do. I just, for one, as far as me and mine, do that shit after 18. You're not going to do it on my insurance. I'm not a bad parent because, and I'm a Democrat, by the way. Okay, I'm a registered Democrat. So, but you're not going to do it on my insurance. I'm not going to feel bad. Okay, I'm not going to feel bad if my child comes to me and says to me that he's feeling like Tu Wong Fu for the day. Okay, do that shit after 18. And in fact, after 25, after you're off my insurance.
Facts.
I'm not a bad parent because I don't want to feed into your delusion. Because ever since we started participating in participation trophies, we started not telling kids that, Johnny, touching the screen here, Johnny, maybe you should try a different sport, Johnny. Because when I was in the Marine Corps, I wasn't good at everything. So maybe you should go off and do something that you're good at, because this isn't what you're good at. Over.
Damn. Well, let me welcome JT to What We Know podcast. Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate you.
You know I was coming. Quit playing.
I have two questions for you.
Yes.
You have a beautiful grandson. How are you going to explain to him why there are tampons in the men's restroom?
Kind of like how I would do any young boy or man. I tell him the real. It's not hard for me to explain to my grandson exactly how crazy this world is. He already knows it. He sees it. He knows what's not normal at 5 years old.
At 5 years old.
Yeah. So he got enough of us, men and women, that can lead him to understand that there's normal and abnormal things that goes on in the world, and he's going to eventually have to deal with those himself. So, I mean, at 5 years old, I ain't got to explain nothing to him when it comes down to that goofy ass shit right there. He knows the difference already between what a girl is and what a boy is.
So what happens when you find out that there was a drag queen at his second grade class twerking?
Oh, that ain't gonna happen.
What do you mean that ain't gonna happen? That's happening right now, sir.
It is. Well, okay, I'll say this. It's not gonna happen without consequences. How about that?
Okay. And since you both are two military men, how did you feel, or what, and let me not use that word feel, what did you think of when they allowed rainbow in the military? Was it an issue to you guys, or you didn't care, or you already knew it was going on, but it was on the hush hush? Did it change the dynamics of the military?
So this is what's crazy. I've been out of the military for over 20 years.
Okay.
So when I was in the military, they were already trying to usher that whole, that whole thing of don't ask, don't tell. I mean, from basic training to AIT to, being in a permanent party and all of that, we already seen who was already, homosexual
Fruity.
or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that wasn't ever a problem. The problem was never that. You know what I'm saying? Because even when you seen kids, right? The boys that actually was on more of the feminine side hung around the girls. And the ones that were just, boys that just wanted to play with boys, that's just what it was. You seen it naturally through childhood. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't right. So children are way more honest than adults are. The thing is that when we start on this journey of adulthood, the older we get, the less innocent we end up being. Our innocence is taken every year that we're living on this earth. So we already understand that. That's why when we looking for now, it's not hard for me to explain anything to a child. It's not. It's just not. It's not hard for me to try to figure out shit and how I'm gonna say it to him. No, I just say it to him. The same way my father and my grandfather, my mom and my aunties, the way they explained it to me, they just explained it. That was it. All of this trying to figure it out and brainstorm on how you're going to convey to a child is crazy.
You just got to keep it real.
Because we think that children, because they're innocent and they haven't been on this earth long enough, that they're dumb. Nah, the dummies are the ones that's been on this earth long enough and refuse to understand what truth is. They refuse to. If you understand where ignore actually is rooted from, or ignorance is rooted from, it's from ignore, the root word. You ignore. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about this whole thing of people not accepting who they are, this is the era we in. It was already spoken upon decades ago. The reason why we have tradition, the reason why we have rules and laws and all these different things is because you have people that actually brainstorm and say, listen, this is what we have to do for our community to better itself. The number one thing about a community bettering itself is that your man has to be steadfast. If you look at paper and you see on the loose leaf paper, the lines on that paper, it's to what? It's to keep you steadfast, right?
Yeah, to keep you writing straight.
Right. So that's what men are. The problem that they've always have, and I have it too, when you have men They end up wanting to be this free, carefree type of shit, right? They don't end up being the lines on the loose leaf paper anymore. We used to have this little thing. You didn't have to say when a man was gay back in the day. Only thing you had to do is say. Because he don't see, we're straight and steadfast. And when we're not, anything goes with us. You can't be a man and expect your community to strive and thrive when you are not the lines on a loose leaf paper. If you accept everything, then the world is going to start accepting anything. This is why when we looked at Barack Obama, one of the worst things that he could have ever done was to sit back and say, everything is inclusive. This is where he started losing his approval for black folks.
Yeah.
Anything is inclusive. No. That's not how this go. And with men, we already understand that you have to be able to earn your keep. We don't feel good. Have you ever given a man a gift and he was like, kind of felt awkward? He was thankful for it, but he was just like, all right, this is, it's cool. We don't like somebody to just give us shit. We ain't earned it. That's just not how that go. So when we're talking about this whole concept of trans and gay, all these different things that we're talking about, it's not about who you're sleeping with. It's about what you allow to happen in your presence. This is why we had a problem with men. They didn't show that they were loving another man, but they arguing and fighting, and they had just hit anybody, anywhere, anyhow, because they don't have any type of stoicism in them. And we have a problem with that. So when people sit back and want to argue this whole concept of this homosexuality and all these different things, the reason why we don't have more of a problem with women, because we still have a problem with women doing the same thing, is because we already understand that there's a level that women don't have, that men have when it comes down to being the loose leaf paper, the lines on the loose leaf paper. We understand it. And for years we dealt with it. It's the problem. This is the reason why when you talk about a woman out here trying to be a leader and all these different things, men are like, nah, I don't trust that shit. Because you're going to revert back to the 14-year-old. You're going to revert back to...
You know how many men are going to vote for Kamala? How many black men are going to vote for Kamala? Not thinking the way you're thinking?
Yeah, so that's why we have a problem with them. This is why war will always be here. Think about what war actually is. Think about it. It starts with concept. People arguing over ideals. That's how it starts. So look at what you got right now. You got all these entertainers. The ones, it's entertainers, man. I love their, comedians and all these different guys. But I liked it just because they were just comedians, or they were just, they did their thing. I like what they did. Now they're all into politics. Now they're all into, and now look what's happening now. It's all spreading. Mm-hmm. It's at a point where everybody is pretty much at war with each other.
And I not that I hate to bring it up, but it's all been prophesied in the Bible. Children against parents, parents against children, husband against wife, countries against countries. I mean, it's fulfilling a prophecy and an agenda that has been written on the wall for a long time, and we're just allowing it. Bossman, what did you have to say about, you just said you was a military man. How did you feel when, I don't have a problem with rainbow in the military, because at the end of the day, you have to fight, whether you gay, straight, bi, whatever the case may be. But Did it change the dynamics of the military, in your opinion? Did it make you feel different knowing that you and your buddy next door, you know, did you trust him like you used to trust him before knowing that he was like that?
So first, even during the time when it was hush hush, you know, in the Marine Corps specifically, it was always a possibility that, you know, the person in the foxhole with you, okay, was or wasn't. It's a possibility, okay, or the person in your barracks, okay. If you were on a MEU, you know, the person in the shoe with you. All right, it's always a possibility, okay. That person may make it very obvious because of the mannerisms, okay. But even that, I mean, you can't always tell what someone's interested in by the mannerisms, but it's a good indicator. I mean, if you're someone who's on the lookout for it. But it was always prevalent. It was always there. Okay. All right. You see a group of people in the barracks always together all the time, and you have one effeminate one, and the rest of them are males, and they're always together all the time. You kind of wonder, huh? Okay. It was always there. Okay. However, when they all lined up, you couldn't tell them apart. When it was time to go, when it was time to deploy, when it was time to qual, when it was time to go to McMap, when it was time to go into training, when it was time to go do your job, when it was time to go and create pink mist down at the other end, okay, because somebody told you to fire a shot and it was either you or them, it didn't matter. So people like to create divide in the military because there's divide as a civilian.
Yeah.
It's not the same when you cross the threshold of a military base. It is not the same. When you cross the threshold of a military base,
it's a whole different world.
It's a whole different ball game. We don't care what you are, how you are, whatever the case may be. As long as I'm in the front and you got my 6, that's it. Okay? If I'm down, you firemen carry me. At the end of the day, that's it. I don't care what you like, what you do, how you do it, when you do it, whatever the case. Okay? When I went to mountain warfare training, okay, in the Marine Corps, Mr. Gilbert over here, he's gonna know that he's gonna know this reference. We used to have a saying, you know, when we was in training, we have to like crush like really tight together in order to fit in somewhere, either at Paris Island or somewhere in training. It was a term called nut to butt. That means you have to get really close to the person in front of you, nut to butt. You didn't have time as some super macho straight man to be worried about, oh man, that's gay. Oh man. Right. No, because you don't have a drill instructor in your face telling you, I don't give 2 fucks about shit. You either do what I'm telling you to do, or it's about to be some pain. Because at the end of the day, the lesson I'm trying to tell you is do what's being told of you, or that's life or death. So don't ask, don't tell. To the civilian sector meant one thing, but in the walls of the Marine Corps specifically, and in other branches, it meant, I'm not asking, so don't tell me. That's what it meant to us. I don't know what it meant out here in the world. A drill instructor would push you closer. Exactly. They would literally come behind us. I was in a platoon of 96 deep. So they would come in and push us closer. Yeah. All right. When you're showering in a shower with 96 other people, you start not to care about things that are frivolous. Okay. When you have to share your MREs with somebody else, you start not to care about other things. When you're in 30 to 40,000 feet elevation training, and they and the instructors leave you and say, hey, you have 12 hours to build you a fort out of the materials of the ground and the tree bark. Okay? And the only way you're going to be able to stay warm is to cuddle with the guy right here next to you. That's your battle buddy. Otherwise, we're going to have to medevac you out off this mountain.
Hmm?
You going to cuddle with that dude right next to you because that's how you survived. Hello, somebody. So I don't too much care. As long as I got your back, you got my back. At the end of the day, we're going to fucking survive. So who cares? Don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
So, but now we're going to have women that are saying that they're men being next to you, or men saying that they're women.
I'm going to pause that shit right there. When there's something, people don't understand this mess, okay? I'm going to nip that shit right there in the bud. I'm sorry to cut you off. When you go to MEPS, every militant knows what the hell MEPS is.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to check you from the rooter to the damn tutor. Okay? And for the men, they're going to tell you to bend over and spread them.
And cough.
And cough. Okay? They're going to ask for your medical records from the time you were born. They don't give two damns about what you say you are. You're going to go to the appropriate place that you currently have, and duck walk to, quack quack. You're gonna go to the place that you are assigned relative to what you are. And here's the thing: they can say all day long. The only thing I ever saw the Marine Corps do is maybe take the cap that women wear that differs. We call it the piss cap. The cap that we wear in our alphas, and maybe change that cap to make it uniform. That's all the Marine Corps did. The Marine Corps does not play that. So it's simply male or female.
Female, period.
Because period. Now, you could be now I'll tell you a story. I was in the Marine Corps and I had a sergeant, and literally he wore his camis. Okay, from 05 to 05. Okay, right? Now, in the Marine Corps, we have Marine Corps orders, and Marine Corps orders tell you that you can't have your mustache a certain length, you can't have your hair a certain length. I certainly couldn't wear this in the Marine Corps. Okay, good to go. This shit was shaved off. That was gone. Okay, wave gone. Okay, this gone. But, however, after the whole "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" portion came about, man. Okay, come 2100, man, this man walked out of here with full dress and 3-inch heels and whatever case for me. I was on duty, and this sergeant walked by and he was click-clacking, click-tacking and tacking, thank you, ma'am, and walking out of here. And all of us stopped and we're just like, but that was that sergeant. Fine. Okay. But come 05, guess what he was wearing?
His uniform.
His damn uniform. You damn right. Because any other window of time, and he would have been charged. So at the end of the day, there is no mix and matching, because here's the thing you're going to end up finding out is that women in the Marine Corps are treated differently than the males. Okay. So when I'm hiking for mountain warfare training, preparing for the war in Syria, potential war in Syria, that never happened, but they were planning on it. When we were hiking, guess where we put the women?
In the back and in the front.
Bingo. Why?
Because if they were getting weak or falling, you guys are right there to help them and pick them up.
One more reason.
I don't know what it is.
Their legs are shorter. And they set the pace. And they set the pace for the rest of the platoon.
Oh, because if the men were in front, you guys would be moving quickly.
So
correct.
During the time that I was in, we called them stragglers, right? They changed it now. They put them in the front, right? Because if they're in the back and they still straggling, you got to go back there and get them anyway.
Go back and
go get them. Leave no man behind.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So they'll tell you that you're just, when you're in a group, you're just as weak as your weakest link.
Weakest link.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it is to a point where, like, especially in the military community I was in, we didn't really like women around us when we were handling business. Like, if I was in the field, if we were training, I didn't really like a lot of women around.
Why? Are they a distraction?
Not a distraction. They don't pull a weight. They don't pull a weight. You have very few. I've seen some women that came out there and they was rocking with the men, but it was very few of them. The rest of them, they're only in the military for, you know, schooling, or they needed a job or something, whatever it was.
Benefits.
It's not it's right. We sometimes it's kind of like the same for us, but as men, when you get in and you start being inducted into that life, that way of life. I know in the military, in the Army, we called them shammers. Cats that wasn't pulling their own weight, always sleeping, always laying. We used to call them shammers. And it was you get fucking shamed for being weak as shit. Yeah. You get weak, you weak, we ashamed of shit. Go sit down. You want some tea? You want us to get you some soup? You go over there and sit down. We're gonna do the work. And we're going to have you to go over there. No, go get warm. Go get warm right quick. You know what I'm saying? That's how we used to treat them cats. So with the women, we didn't want them around at all. Hey, I'd transfer them in a minute. Hey, man, she going to have to come to your unit, bro. She hurting us. She gonna mess around.
Because you had to work harder. You had to work harder, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, with that in mind, I do know some bad ass women.
No doubt.
Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't. Now, listen. I knew there were some badass women in the Marine Corps that I would not touch with a 10-foot pole, and I'm not talking about looks. I'm talking about I would not want to square up with. They may still lose, but I am not interested in finding out. Okay, they are few and far in between.
Yeah.
Okay, but unfortunately, because women are so few and far in between in the Marine Corps specifically. Okay, they have to come in, and they come in, unfortunately, with a chip on their shoulder because they have something more to prove. Okay, and those women who carry that chip well, they are some bad mamma jammers. Okay, but even still, even those ones there, okay, they still have their limitations because again, I'm 5'8". Okay, I'm an average guy. You still got some 6'1", 6'2" dudes, okay? Who, by the way, everyone's issued, JT, you know, everybody's issued the same SIF gear. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Your M16A1 A4 service rifle is the same size as everybody else's. It does not matter. The only difference is if you're a staff NCO or maybe an officer, you may get an M4. That might be it. You might get something a little different. That's it. Everybody else's weapon is the same size. So if you are a bad mamma jamma woman when we're in garrison, but if we're training and you're a 5'5" woman, your M16A4 service rifle is still the same length as it is for a 6'5" person. So guess what we have to do? We have to offload your weight onto everybody else to ensure that your pace is at the same pace as someone who is 6'3".
That's why I did not like women being on my squad. That was the reason why I didn't.
So I don't care if you're feeling like a man that day.
Yeah.
You feeling like a man that day, you're still 5'5".
Your rucksack is 45 pounds. On top of all the other shit that you got to carry.
Alone, my dude, alone.
So when
you're carrying a 200 some odd pound pack, not including your rifle.
And we have problems, and this is the thing. We have problems with men that can't handle it. They can't cut the mustard. So imagine how we feel about women that can't cut the mustard. It's like, no, if you can do it, I don't give a damn if you're a woman. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if we trying to get this job done. But it's been proven too many damn times that when you are inclusive and you just let anybody on your squad or in your community, they infiltrate it and make it very weak They dilute it. And that's the problem that we have.
And that's the problem that's happening with this transgender thing. We're diluting.
Yeah.
But JT,
that's a good way of seeing it.
Tell me something. Does the grit of the military weed out feeling?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's why this shit will never ever penetrate the military in the way that you may think. Now in garrison, it might.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, JT. Garrison means
back at home or in civilized, closer to civilization.
Break it down for us civilians.
Right.
Break it down for the civilians.
Yeah, it's closer to civilization. You're on your army base, you know what I'm saying? You back in garrison, you back at home. It's a whole different way of thinking when you're, in garrison. Yeah, because you got civilians that you're mixing with again and all that.
Right.
But when you're out there, you either in third world country or you in training somewhere, you know what I'm saying? It's a different mindset that you have. And like I said, I've known guys that had all different types of lifestyles, right? I'm talking about, I knew guys that were doing cocaine, E7s, E8s, first sergeants, master sergeants. They were alcoholics. They were on cocaine. But when it came down for them to be that soldier, they was on it. They were on it. It was nothing. It's like, damn, you be like, they already 15, 20 years in, right? I remember being like a specialist, and I remember a lot of my friends, they were E5s, E6s, E7s. That's what made me I had to fast track because I wanted to be around them because they had great careers. They were doing a lot of stuff. But they also taught me that, man, you got to be able to juggle civilian life with military life. You can't do that when you have a diluted heart. You can't do it. You can't do it. I done seen some guys I'm talking about when if you understand about military, no matter what branch it is, military life is something that it's an experience that nobody, unless you're in the military, will even understand it. They would never understand it. So imagine, so that's why when I was like, damn, they making a big deal out of this whole, they're allowing, trans to be in the military. It won't happen. You got men that can't even cut the mustard. They can't even if you can't get through basic training, you ain't getting through shit else.
Well, they have stress cards now.
Nah, that shit is over with. I guarantee that stress card shit, I remember, because like I said, I've been out for over 20 years. When I was getting out, they was trying to start that shit. Let me tell you what my partners was, because most of my partners were either drill instructors, they were, whether it was, basic training, or they were advanced drill instructors and stuff like that. They was telling, we ain't about to go through all that shit. We ain't about to deal with that shit. We're not about to, we won't deal with none of that shit right there. It is not really tolerable. If you go out there and you tell somebody, I need to pull my stress card out, they'd be like, okay, we're going to get you some soup. We're going to let you drink some tea. We're going to let you sit right on over there. Go sit in that corner over there, little shaman ass. You don't want to deal with that. Even women, they don't want to deal with that shit. I hurt myself.
It's crazy though, JT.
All right, go sit down.
I was trying to get my son in the military, and when I was speaking to recruiters, he was like, man, the kids that are coming out today are never will be compared to the soldiers from 20, 30 years ago. These kids are not built the same. He said we weren't even put them in basic training if we had the choice, but we got to take what comes through. The military right now is short 500,000 personnel. Because nobody, that's why do you guys know that they enacted a bill now of a draft? I mean, Joe Biden just.
That still won't work. It won't work because it's not the fact that they're not trying to get in. It's the fact that they're not cutting it. They're not cutting it. They either can't pass the ASFAB test, They can't pass the physical test.
They can't run.
Yeah, they can't run. They can't, or they got all these damn ailments that they can get rid of it had they take their ass to the gym or been on the track team or basketball team or something like that. You got somebody that's saying that, listen, I just want to go in because there's nothing else for me to do. That is not a last resort. You gonna fuck around and find out real fast as soon as you get in there. You can mess your career up. You can mess your life up by inducting yourself into the military. You gonna mess up. If you don't have any boundaries, you don't have any bearings about yourself, you're gonna mess your life up. That's just that's the thing. So to tie it back to what you were saying, the problem is not that we have a problem with who somebody is sleeping with. We have a problem because they're just allowing everything. They have no bearings. They have no boundaries about themselves. Anything goes now.
That's why I was saying, when enough is enough. When is enough is enough? When are we going to draw the line in the sand?
When women start jumping their ass on a board and saying enough is a fucking enough. When women do it, we got men right now are being public enemy number one because of what we're saying, what we stand on. The reason why we have a problem is because the women that we love, mothers, sisters, wives, even our daughters, don't understand why we speak the way that we do, and they're against us too. They would rather go into the sisterhood. They would rather go into the they would rather.
You mean the fake ass sisterhood?
Oh yeah, that's why I call it the sisterhood. It is what it is. That shit ain't real.
That's why I call it fake.
They would rather. The thing is this: anytime y'all got men that's trying to act like y'all, and y'all like, yes, bitch, y'all the problem. Y'all the ones that's once y'all sit back and say, no, homie. The way the vitriol y'all have for straight men that stand on something, when y'all can flip that around and y'all can put it towards the motherfuckers that's infiltrating y'all goddamn shit, it's gonna change over. It's gonna change over. But y'all like the yes bitch, and y'all love that shit. Y'all think it's cute.
Yep.
I mean, you're right, cute. and I'm guilty of it too. But you know, I'm snapping out of shit. There comes a time where you got to draw the line in the sand somewhere. You know, like I don't know if you saw the whole show, JT, but I said at the beginning, I don't have a problem with the rainbow community. I don't have a problem who you sleep with, but I have a problem now when you're changing body parts and you expect me to treat you as a woman, knowing damn well you're a man. Or
but
treat
I think
you
that's
like
a problem
man.
too. I think that's a problem too. Let me tell you the reason why. We keep having to explain our goddamn self. I do have a problem with the LGBT. I do. It's because they don't allow, they want everything to be fluid. I do have a problem with that shit. I do have a problem with women allowing and saying anything goes. I have a problem with all that shit. Now, do I have a problem with who they sleep with? No. But I'm not going to keep explaining myself every time I got to stand on my goddamn soapbox. Fuck that. That's what we have a problem with. We got to explain ourselves. No, you explain yourself.
Wait.
Make sense out of what you're saying.
Wait, JT, when you say, I think I agree with you here, but I want to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Explain yourself. Explain. Sorry.
No, explain your stance. Like when we talk, we have the whole world against us. And the men that actually agree with us, they end up becoming silent. Everybody end up becoming cowards when it comes down to it.
Got it. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's one of the reasons why I'll be honest with you, Embrace and JT and all the other ones that I've actually spoken to behind the scenes. That's one of the reasons why I was reluctant to actually come on and show face and whatever, because of what I do in my professional life. And again, I don't think I've said anything that was incendiary or demonstrative or anything of that nature. I don't think I've ever said anything to that degree that would classify as hate mongering or anything of that nature.
Right.
I speak towards just what is object reality.
Yes.
And some things just aren't what they aren't, and some things are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't dislike people. I don't dislike anyone for what they believe, what they feel. What they feel, how they live. My issue is that, like a good neighbor,
State Farm is there.
like a good neighbor, stay over there.
Stay over there.
Okay, there you go. Like a good neighbor, stay over there. All right.
That was good.
Like that. All right. So stay over there with it. Meaning, that I want you to be apart from me and I can't work with you, because I've worked with all kinds of people. I've lived with all kinds of people. I have all kinds of people in my family. That's not the issue. The issue here is that I am not messed up because I don't ascribe to your way of thinking.
Right.
You're not wrong because you don't align to my way of thinking. Okay? But you are incorrect for postulating and pontificating and what's the other word? Propagandizing to everybody else's children.
Yeah.
At an impressionable age, without their consent, but then two, at an age where it's unnecessary without justifiable reason. It's one thing. I can meet in the middle here because again, I can't argue religion. I can get in the middle on this. Hey, class, not math class. Hey, we're gonna have a school assembly. Because they used to do this. Well, okay, so where I grew up, it wasn't too many of us's. Okay, it was a whole lot of not too many of them. Okay.
Yeah.
So they used to have counseling sessions, but it was a lot of it was a counselor, not a math teacher, not an ABC teacher, not a 1, 2, 3 teacher. Got it? It was a counselor. And they came in and said, we're seeing a lot of issues where it's against these color people against these color people. And we want to talk about racial issues. Okay. Great. All right. And then disperse, right? Then they had another assembly, and it was about sex education. Now, it was after we had a boys and girls sex education, okay, separately, right? And it was just borderline, just basic sex education, just understanding how things worked, okay? There was a video, whatever the case would be. But then they had a school assembly about, STDs, so on and so forth, what could happen. I mean, after that class, I'm gonna tell you something, I bet after that assembly, I wasn't doing anything, okay? Nothing. I was gonna be faithfully Baptist, you hear me?
They scared you straight.
Straight, okay? Listen, I'll tell you something, all right? But I could understand those type of things in this context. There are some people who have mommy and mommies, and there are people with daddies and daddies. Okay, I could see that. I could see having things where, hey, there are people who don't think like you, and that's okay. You give them respect. We don't tease them. We don't taunt them. We don't. Right. I could see that. Here's where we start drawing the line. When you start giving graphic diagrams in certain books on how you should perform or do performative types of sex, that's where we start having problems. When we start inviting this dynamic into the school and saying, this is that dynamic. Are you interested in this? Well, what are we doing?
So now it's recruiting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's where.
Yeah.
Thank you. It almost seems.
Yeah.
Social G.
Yep.
JT Bossman, there was a lesson in my son's class. You know how you have 1.1, 1.2, and my son's best friend's mother called me and sent me a screenshot. The lesson was how to eat ass. Why are we teaching our high school kids
What?
how to eat ass?
Are you serious?
Yeah, we fought that. We went to the school board. How about we teach them how to wash their ass? How about we do that?
So that's where I started having a problem with it. Let me tell you.
Stop it.
And this was in my younger years.
No lie.
I'm a hip hop head.
Oh, I believe you.
Right? I love hip hop, right? And I think I was probably about 27 or 28 when I was like, oh shit, everything is starting to be over sexualized. It's starting to teach. Only thing you started hearing was hate and sex and money and hate and sex and money. And as the years went on, the community started to conform so much into what this music was doing, because all the music that was about, everything else other than that, you had to go out and just buy albums, or you had to buy CDs and stuff like that in order to hear it. But it was always on radio. Then you start seeing it on videos and TV. And, I don't know if you guys know anything about BET After Dark.
Yeah, I remember that show.
Yeah, and they started doing this thing so probably all the way up until I was like, oh man, 35, getting closer to my 40s, I started to see that we're being really our mind is being altered so we can pass it on to the next generation. And I just remember hearing young kids cussing on records. Like, these are rappers, 13, 14 years old, talking about shooting and screwing girls, and and these are and I was like, God damn, we fucked up. This is why I have a problem with the over sexualization, whether it's homosexual or heterosexual.
It's
the
too much
forefront
too
of
soon.
it, the forefront of all of this shit we talking about is the over sexualization of each other. This is what we have a problem with. Because if that wasn't the case, then we would never have a problem with seeing two happy ass gay men eating pudding together. Just would never have a problem with it. Because guess what we wouldn't be thinking about? Them motherfuckers having sex with each other. They happy with each other? All right, cool. All right. It was cool because we made fun of it, right? Like, as men, it was funny to hear a man make his voice nasal and he flimsy and all that. It was just funny. It wasn't to a point where it is now, where you got dudes that literally are hating each other right now. Not just the heterosexuals, it's more of the homosexuals and the trans. They don't like nobody. They don't like women. They can freely call a woman a bitch. They can freely tell a woman, I take your man. They can freely tell and freely be out here and saying that they can do a crime, like trick somebody into thinking that that's a crime. To trick a man thinking that you are a woman. They can freely say this. So the problem that we should be addressing is these behaviors. That would change it. What happens though, and Embrace, you've seen it. We've had men that come on this panel that were of the other culture, LGBT, LMNOPs, right? And the first thing that they will keep doing, we'll say, no, it's about your behavior. And they'll try to change it. And they'll keep, no, why should you be worried about who I'm sleeping with? And we keep telling them, I'm not worried about who you're sleeping with. Worry about the behavior. And we will point certain things out, and they will never, ever, ever allow that to happen. They overtalk you. They start calling you out your name. And ain't it funny that they will sit back, and then the thing that they're saying that it should be normal, they will use that to get you to a point where they can, they can make it seem like it's a bad thing to you. Well, you like men. I bet you'll like it if you get it up the ass. They'll say that to us. And you be like, wait, that don't make any, what are you doing? Right?
But JT,
and I'm like, we have a big audience, and we look at everybody and say, So y'all think that this shit is cool, right? This is where my frustration comes from. All of the people that would sit back and say, they ain't did nothing. Let them be who they are. And we ain't talking about that. Do you see their behavior? And then they're targeting, guess what? The younger folks. The ones that ain't been on this earth no more than 10 years. They're targeting them. We're trying to protect them. They are sitting back and they're trying to take over womanhood. We as men trying to protect that too. And guess who we get? The women we trying to protect being against us too. So we got everybody against us. This is what what I'm saying, and I understand, boss man, what you were just saying. Our occupation is at risk when we even just get to a point. We ain't even got to insinuate nothing. They take it the way that they want to take it. And they can say whatever they want to say, and we can lose jobs, we can lose houses, and all this shit because we're saying, I'm trying to protect what's left of my goddamn community. What's left of it. Because this shit is toe up. So if you marry, you're trying to cling on to that. With children, you're trying to hold on to that because you see what the rest of this world is. When you're talking about these things, politics, it's important for us to talk about because it trickles all the way down to communities, all the way to our core family, which if you see around you, there's not a lot of that anymore.
And it's sad. It's sad. I mean, to see something bust wide open at the seams. You know, like, how do I try to convince my son to get married? He was like, for what, Mom?
You can't convince him to get married and induct himself into a cesspool. That's the thing. It's not what we think it is anymore. This is why we have to be able to mine it out with one another. You actually have to get into the mud with your son, and you have to be able to just say, we're going to figure it out together. Because I don't have all the answers. Right now, the way that this world is right now, I'm trying to learn as much as I can to protect me, you, my unborn grandchildren. And yes, as his mama, you should be a part of that vetting.
Oh, I am.
As his mom, you should be a part of him courting the women that he is. A lot of people don't understand what courting is because you can't court if you don't have family participation. That's not how.
It's funny that you say
court
that,
without
JT.
family participation. It doesn't
I've
work.
talked to his girlfriend, and she asks me questions. She calls me Mama Bear. She's like, Mama Bear, do you think we're too young to be in such a serious relationship? She asks me a lot of questions, and the main thing that I keep telling them both, you are on your purpose right now. She wants to be a veterinarian. He wants to be a business major. I told him, you run the office for her and she's a veterinarian, you guys can build it together.
And that's what you do. You mind it out with them, right? You don't have to give them
babies. I just tell them, please.
You can't give them a definite answer. You can't give them a definite. Do you think that we're too young to be together? That's not a definite answer. Okay, let's talk this out. What are you doing? And what are you doing? And how do you? Where's your path at? Right? Where's your path? If they're trying to be at a point of being married because of what this world is right now, you're going to have to mind it out with them. You can't give them a definite answer right then and there. What you can do, though, is work it out with them so they can come up, because it ain't about you coming up with it, is it? It's about them coming up with the answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's about them coming up with the answer. And the only way that they know is that, okay, when you talk to your son, where are you right now in the mind? Do you consider yourself a protector, provider? Do you consider yourself? He should be asking you, well, what did that look like? Right? You don't have to have the answers right away. Only thing you have to do is do the math with them. All right, let's do the math. You know what helps a lot of people when they have conversations with each other is learning definitions of things. Have a definition. Look, we don't even need a dictionary anymore. Just Google shit. Find out what it means to court. Find out what it means to vet. Find out what it means what marriage actually is. You get the definition of it, get the etymology of it, then start doing some research on it. Look at your family. How did it work out for your family, the lineage that you're from? How many people are married in your family? I don't subscribe to that happily married bullshit. Married. That's all we need to know. How many people are married?
Well, he did get an opportunity to see me and his father married together for 11 years under the same roof. So it's not like he doesn't know his grandparents. My ex-husband's parents are still married.
Yeah, those are things that he will. It's kind of like putting it in a scrapbook, right? You just put things in his experience is some dope ass shit. If you talk to him about how he's seen it from the lens he's seen it at, it'll be dope for you to understand it, right? No matter what it is, everything, all of our experiences, sometimes our experiences can traumatize us. It don't have to be to a large, magnitude. It could be a small trauma. Everything traumatizes us at a small, You talk to a goddamn a counselor, he break some shit down to you. You be like, I didn't even know that affected me. That's just what it is, right? So this is how we have to mind things out. But the thing is that we have so many dynamics in this world right now, and the youngest part of you would be your son. The greatest part of what you're going through is that you can give him something that you've never gotten, because you can see certain things high in sight, right? You can see it, and then you can have it out where you can mind it to him. He's going to listen to you a lot more when you talk to him as figuring it out with him, other than telling him, nah, you fucking up and you ain't doing it right. And he gonna say, well, you didn't do it right.
Well, he did. I was just gonna say that. I said, make sure you marry before you carry. He was like, why, Mom? You didn't marry Dad until I was 4 years old, because he was the ring bearer in the wedding. I'm like, well, and I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. But I rectified my wrong. I made it right. So now you have to be better than me. Don't make a woman no single mother. Well, you guys, you guys do it now. You're raising me without, you're right. They'll bring out all those questions, but what I keep telling him is you got to be better than me.
I never give my kids the opportunity to bring them out like that, because I tell them, yeah, I did some fucked up shit. And I would tell them the things that I did that was wrong. And I give them I got some stories. And when I tell them the stories, they can't put it in my face no more. Because I say, this is the reason why I'm telling your ass not to do what I did, right? That's how you do it. And you mind it out. This is one of the things I know. I don't know if you guys know who Segaru is, right? Or J. Krishnamurti, and, all these Indian gurus, right? I love listening to them cats, because they just put things in simplicity. They don't try to oversimplify. They don't try to oversimplify shit, and they don't try to make shit so damn difficult. They just talk about the way it is. And one of the things that I got from them is this: we just meet, right? Our lives are not as significant as we give it to being. We are here to work, to contribute. That's basically what we are here to do, contribute. And then guess what happens? We die.
For the next generation.
How long do you think you'll be remembered? How long do you think that the people that love you are going to sit there and be mad and upset and crying and all these things that you're gone? I give most of them 3 days.
Damn.
Couple of them a week.
I still mourn my father, and it was since 2003.
They still go to work. They still do all the other shit that they do. You're here for a minute time, and your purpose is to work and to make this world a little bit more better than what it was before. Will that happen? But guaranteed. I've seen it. Have you ever been to a fucking funeral?
Of course, I've been to
after the funeral. They didn't get over it. These motherfuckers
everybody
go partying.
playing spades. Like it never happened. You talk about that person and all that good.
How many people have said we can't make it because we had a cruise that we had? We planned a cruise, or they couldn't make the funeral. They've been around you for years.
I just missed my godmother's funeral. She passed a couple weeks ago.
I can't take off work.
They were like, "What do you mean you can't take? I can't take off work because I already have things scheduled for next month to go meet up with Jordan in Gainesville."
So if you know that, then you will live your life a lot different. You would tell your kids, live your life a lot different. This is what we have a problem with. See, when we take things entirely too doggone, just too serious, we're wasting our time just as much as we don't take things serious enough. We waste our time. Balance is what it's about. Being right there in that middle. Being able to contribute weighs a whole lot more than being able to extract.
You're right.
We do both, don't we?
Yep.
Extract.
Some are givers, some are takers. Some give way too much. Some take way too much. You got to balance. You got to balance it out.
Yeah. So when you're talking to your kids, you have to talk to them as just being another adult or another human being. The only difference that
my
you have with
ex-husband
them,
accuses me of me being too friendly with my kid. But the thing is, this is the same kid that will come up to me and ask me the real question. Mom, does size matter to a girl?
Yeah, but that could be, but that could be true too. The thing is that all of that can be true. All of it can be true. At the end of the day, you take the criticism, and then you look at yourself, examine. Am I? Right?
But JT, I know I raised look, this boy planned everything. I didn't have no part in it. He planned the school he's going to. He found his apartment. The only thing he did without letting me know is that he put me down as a guarantor for the lease, which kind of pissed me off. But because of his age, he didn't even, all I got was an email. Please finish this application for Jordan McClendon. I'm like, really, bro? But he did everything.
But that could be what your ex-husband was saying, though. That's what that could be what he was saying. This is what I'm saying. A lot of times when you get criticism, sometimes it's just about examining it. Am I? I heard somebody just say, they told me I was surly. I didn't take offense to it.
What does surly mean?
Surly means like certain people, when you around and you being surly, it's kind of like they would take it as being mean, but you don't really talk to people too much. You just straight and fucking narrow. It's like you would see a lot of it used to be a lot of old men used to be like that. Where, I come home, why I got all these goddamn people in my goddamn house? You talk to his wife. Send their ass home. He don't give a fuck. He's kind of indifferent to other people. He can be what they call it, an invert. What I'm saying? He's just a surly man. You know what I'm saying? Somebody told me that I was. And I guess I can hang around people. And if I don't like you, you're going to know that I don't like you. Because I don't say anything to you. I'm very indifferent to you. I don't acknowledge that you are, a force right there. I probably say, hey, what's up to you? But that's about as far as it go. And somebody told me I was surly. I had to, instead of me being, taking it, to heart or whatever, I had to examine that. Am I? That's basically it. And if they took it as me being surly, I was like, all right, cool.
Oh, well.
I mean, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is, the point is that sometimes when somebody does give criticism, just examine it before you take it to a point of being, them being just talking shit, right? Because they see something else that you just don't see about yourself. And even if that was the case, especially when it comes down to, got to remember, co-parent. If he's saying that you're being a little too friendly, then you probably need to examine it with him. Right? All right, what that look like?
That's done and over with now. Now he's 18. He was like, Mom, I did exactly what you taught me. He made sure that his job, where he lived, is walking distance from where he lived. The school is walking distance from where he lived, so he doesn't have to spend money on Uber. He doesn't have to depend on nobody. He's already put his transfer in for his job. I mean, it's like, wow. He was like, Mom, but I'm coming up $250 short. I said, I got you. Okay. Yeah. I got you. And I'll be there next month to assess your situation and see what you need. You know how we do as parents, go to Walmart and the dollar store and just hook them all up. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna even lie to you. My kids are smarter now. I got a 27-year-old and she's about to be 28. 23. And they slick. They slick in the motherfucker.
Yeah.
They slick. Sure. They slick. This is the thing. Once you start dating, once you start talking about clinging on to some other, see, I got daughters. It's a little bit different with me. Once you start talking about clinging on to another motherfucker, man, you better understand what's about to happen. You better understand what's about to happen. I'll be damned if I'm going to be taking care of you and that nigga. Nope. That ain't going to ever happen.
So then I asked him, did you figure out your bills? How many hours do you need to work to make sure you're straight without asking me or your father money?
So that's what
he said 32 hours, Mom. My grants are going to pay for my classes. I'm going to pay half the year for rent, but I'll have to work 32 hours. I said, how many classes are you taking? I said, I'm taking 4, 2 in class and 2 online. I'm like, he's got everything set, JT. He's got his ducks in a row. I'm going to go assess the situation next month when I go up there and check everything out. I just hate the fact that I can't be there with him when he gets there. I couldn't get the time off. So if I can't go get to a funeral, nobody's going to be. He's taking a Greyhound. He's taking a Greyhound to Gainesville. And then I told you, I'll meet you. He's only 3 hours away from me now. So
you don't need, this is the thing. You don't need to be there. He gonna figure it out. You want him to figure shit out.
And I'm gonna tell you right now,
what a lot of parents been messing up with their kids is they don't allow them that thing for them to figure. No, they don't allow them to figure it out. They don't allow them to figure it out. There's a balance as young adults have to figure out themselves on how to have. And I'm telling you right now, when you give them too much, it's just like not giving them enough. It's just like not giving them enough. And you a mama.
JT, he didn't even know that I had a savings account, He went today to go get that money, to put it in his checking account and say, you have an account that I stashed away for you. Go grab that. I got you on the $250, your own money that you're going to use for your $250. I set him up with $759 credit. Get you a 1 credit card for emergency. So I did what I could to set him up. Now it's up to him to move forward. If he falls, he's going to fall a couple of times because he's 3 hours away from me. I can't do everything for him. But I was kind of hot when he put me down as a guarantor for his lease, because now I got to make sure that in my finances, I got that rent money in case he come on. I said, I'm connected to your account because I want to see where you're spending your money. I said, I will let you be homeless.
Let me tell you something, Bray. Do you understand if my child put me as that guarantor on there, the strict shit that I would have on that shit, I would make sure that they ass won't want me to do none of that shit for them. You can't have that nigga in your house? No, wait. Why you ain't at home? It's the same thing. Let me tell you, one of the things I learned from my parents was that you don't ever make your child so damn comfortable where they don't want to leave your goddamn house.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you.
Let me tell you.
And the apartments are not co-ed. They're not allowed to mix. So it's like boys on one.
You're gonna have to figure it out. But this is the thing. You want your kids to be uncomfortable. You want them to be uncomfortable being up under you. You don't want them to be up under your wing. And that's women and men. You don't want them to be comfortable because you hold them back. You hold them back.
Uh-huh.
But you don't want them to feel that their parents don't have their back either. So that's the balance you got to have with your kids. See, you got one child. You know how easy that shit is with one? It's very easy. And then he's a boy and he left. He out of there. So he's trying to figure it all out. So that's a great thing. He's trying to figure it out. You're right there in case he falls or whatever. That's a great thing right there. Try having 2 and 3, 4 and 5. You know how many versions of you and their dad that you got to deal with? That's the thing about having multiple children or being like siblings, right? You be like, damn. It's like, especially if you had twins. You got a good twin and an evil twin. Siblings they show you some different sides of yourself that you didn't even know that really exuded and existed. Because that's all they are multiplications of a multitude of people, right? You come from a whole bunch of people. They also come from a whole bunch of people. And you got some children where you just be like, this one, I can deal with this one right here. Then you got another one, you be like, it's impossible for me to deal with this one right here.
Go talk to your father.
Because they're going into adulthood. And the problem is that every child going into adulthood needs a different type of, parenting. Problem is that either parents aren't parenting or they're doing a piss poor job at doing it. Either they're not giving enough or they're giving too much. The balance is not right there.
He told me
this
the other day.
This is why you have mom. This is why you have dad. This is why you have grandparents.
Parents.
This is why you have uncles and aunties, cousins, neighbors. It puts everything in perspective. This is what kills me about this whole thing of Black community and everybody hollering community at the same time ain't fucking with the community. When you tell them you don't know that the community starts with children, nephews, nieces, friends, everybody that's the closest to you, and then it branches out. Crazy part is parents. Parents get old. We at the age right now. I'm at the age right now. Guess what I experienced? A lot of death. Granddaddy. My grandfather is 97 years old. You know what happened when you start being in your late 90s? Motherfuckers stop insuring you. You have no insurance.
Wow.
Your medical insurance goes. Because you outlived the average person. Now imagine that. You done outlived the majority, like especially these older folks, they had a lot of kids. The average person that lives from 88 on down to 103 have outlived almost all of their children. They done outlived probably about 3 different spouses.
And life insurance policies.
Oh, the life insurance policy is done. It's done. You are insignificant when you get older to this world.
And that should be the opposite. You should be valued and cherished because of your wisdom and your
But how? Who should be taking care of you?
Your family.
Your community. Your community.
You see, remember when we were younger, we had extended families live under the same roof. Sometimes grandparents lived with us, aunties lived with us, but now everybody runs away from. There is no more village. Everything is individual.
So this is why we have problems with the things that are coming out. That's what I'm saying. So most people don't even look at even being 60 and 70 until they're 60 and 70. Think about what I'm saying. So when you have children, no matter how you had them, at some point you have to say, let me right my fucking wrongs. Let me pull my family back together. Even if it was for yourself. If you want to be selfish, be long-term selfish. How about that? Let me make sure that I got insurance, not only on myself, but let me make sure that I have my kids to make sure that they have insurance and make sure that they have insurance and their kids have insurance. At some point, you be like, well, fuck it. Can you imagine living by yourself at 89 years old? By yourself. Guess what you got? If you're a woman, you got bone
Life
problems.
alert.
No, what I'm saying is that physically you have bone problems, muscular
bladder problems.
all of that. But bone problems is what I'm saying. When you see somebody that's in their 70s, they late 70s or mid 70s to 80s, what do you normally see them with? A walker,
cane.
a wheelchair, a cane, right?
Calcium deficiency.
Yeah.
Oh, they're scrounged out. You know, they're getting shorter, shrinking.
You used to see them with their kids pushing that wheelchair. You usually see them with some assistance. I've seen someone in their 80s still driving, and they get out their car and they have to pull their dead walker out.
Sorry.
You're right. I mean, you're right. I still see 7-year-olds working.
Nobody cares about, right. So they don't care about their lineage, which means that they got very little care about themselves. So it's funny to see somebody in the club at 50 something years old, right? And they just, I'm talking about, it's cool to go every once in a while, you know, but they're a bar rat, right? They're out here trying to still be young. It's funny to see some 60-year-old woman with some fucking leggings on and some goddamn and tattoos and big ass fucking sleeve, a whole sleeve of tattoos on them. They don't care anything about being older and taking care of themselves. They still drinking and smoking, and probably some of them doing drugs. I done seen somebody do drugs, and I'll be like, God damn, crack is a motherfucker. I seen a crackhead, 70 years old, a 70-year-old crackhead. You're like, damn, that crack is keeping their ass alive. They've been doing crack since they was in their 30s.
If he stopped doing crack, if he stopped doing crack, he'll die.
That's what happened. They stopped doing crack and their ass died. All kind of shit started happening
and
to
you're
them.
through.
Right. Now they ain't got no teeth. They skinny as shit, but they still living. As soon as they stop doing crack, it's over with. That's crack when they die.
Hell of a drug, goddamn.
But do they even do? I be like, if I see somebody on crack, I'll be like, oh, that's out of style. They ain't nobody doing no crack no more.
JT, I'm about to be 50 in November, and I'm already thinking about my 60s. And every person that I keep talking to that is in their 50s tells me the same thing. It's one of your best decades in your whole life, because that's when you finally start to realize you don't give a shit what people think, what people say. You just live your life. But the main thing that they've told me is your 50s is the most important decade to pay attention to your health if you want to slide into the 60s and 70s in peace. That's when you're supposed to get all the tests that, you know, those doctors tell you to get. That's when you're supposed to get your sleep, drink your water, eat your veggies, go to exercise. Because if you don't do that in your 50s, in your 60s, you may start tripping.
I think it's in your 20s. I think it's in your 20s. I don't think it's in your 50s.
Really?
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
That young?
Hell yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Because by the time you're in your 50s, you're just trying to maintain some shit. I done seen some cats.
You're trying to play catch up.
Yeah. I done seen some cats that just went to sleep and never woke back up. And did nobody, you know why did nobody know that anything was wrong with them? Because they didn't go to the hospital. They didn't go to the doctor. So no, when you're in your 20s, that's your foundation. That's your foundation. That's what you have to do. If you out here, I've yet to see any people that have been, just their whole life is just and they made it past 55. I ain't seen it yet. They gone. They're out of here. By the time they get 52, they out of here. Because stress. They done ate McDonald's and Burger King and Popeyes till they can't eat it no more. They didn't cook no damn meals. They wasn't eating no vegetables. They wasn't drinking no water. They were drinking and smoking. They were doing all the things in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. And now you want to wait till your 50s and think that you can go and reverse that shit? Let's see how that go. Let's see how it go. Do things in moderate space. Listen, when you, man, I'm telling you, I got a granddaddy, 97. His mom lived to be 103. He has a brother that's been on fucking drugs since he was in his 20s, and he's 88, and he still be doing shit.
But you know that runs in the genes too, because all the women on my mother's side of the family.
That's what
I
I was
had
just
an
about
aunt
to say.
that died at 108 years old.
However, that damn drug head great uncle that I got that's still living right now, he also ate vegetables. He also drank. He didn't smoke no cigarettes. It was like he chose his poison and he stuck to that right there. And I'm like, what the hell is this shit? To this day. You know how goofy it looked though? You know how goofy it looked to not ever have owned a house, a car, and you in your 60s, 70s, and 80s, and you done had children after children. Children probably was success, but they had to survive their childhood. They had to survive their childhood. One of the things I can tell a person, I ain't never had to survive my childhood. I was a child.
JT.
I don't know, he get on my goddamn nerves. I had to look. I was one of those kids that I had to eat at 6 o'clock in the evening.
6, yeah.
I had to be in. I had to get my school clothes ready. You know what I'm saying? I was one of those kids. I was one of those kids where I had to do something before I can go out. I had to read a book. I had to do chores. It's like things that stick with me right now. You know. So when I went to the military, it was easy for me to, to do what I needed to do. But it was things that I had to do. I never had to survive my childhood. You know, the worst thing that I had to worry about when I fuck up, if my father gonna whoop my butt, that was my worst. I didn't have to worry about making any money. I didn't have to worry about getting a job so I can help the family, make ends meet. Never had to worry about any of that. But I've seen it. It was all through my family and in the neighborhoods I lived in. I saw it. I remember somebody talked about me because I had to go home because it was getting dark. You got to take your ass home. You got that wholesome family. They made it like it was a bad thing. You got a wholesome family.
That's crazy. Make you feel bad because you got two parents at home.
Let me tell you something. I didn't feel bad because let me tell you what I always had. I always had I had clothes to wear. I had a bed to sleep in. I didn't have to sleep on no floor. I didn't have 100 damn cousins in my goddamn house. That door never, you ever been in one of those houses? The door never go to them and just, they never lock the door because somebody's always going through that damn house. They ain't never had to lock that door because you got about 20 people that's over in that damn house.
That's Big Mama house.
I ain't never had to worry about that. I ain't never had to survive my childhood. So anytime I would hear children complaining to their parents about how strict they were or all that shit, I just be like, well, shit, you could have did it another way. You could have been over your friend's house and seen how they were living. I never wanted to do that. As much as I wanted my freedom, I had to wait. And when I turned 18 and I moved out my parents' house, I had that opportunity. And when I had it, it was cool. I didn't go crazy. You know how certain people, they go crazy though, boss man.
Yep.
They go crazy. They get out there and they see that they got life, and they just will sit there and they just start eating all the goddamn candy, drinking all the liquor, smoking all the weed. And next thing you know, they close their eyes and wake back up. They're 30 fucking years old. They're addicted to cigarettes. They're addicted to drugs. They always drinking. They done had 5, 6 baby mamas or baby daddies because they didn't know how to pace themselves.
JT, can you drop the link for hot sauce? He's asking for the link.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
no, you see it all the time. Maybe not that bad, that degree in the military, but you see an element of that in the military as well.
Yeah,
where they finally get an ounce of freedom, and because they had a helicopter parent who helicoptered in the wrong way, or they wanted to fly the coop, so bad, and didn't know how to handle the freedom. You would argue, my wife would argue that I had to survive my childhood. So for me, I was an old person going into the military. So I was what was I, 24? So I was the same age as my drill sergeant, my drill instructor. He was a staff. He was, staff NCO at the point in time. So you kind of get the gist there.
Yeah.
So I was already kind of like familiar with what life was already. But you got some people fresh out of high school, and as soon as they get an ounce of freedom, they're like slopping it up, drinking every day. You don't know how many people I've actually had to pull up and drag, to keep them from making a bad decision. Doing some stupid shit. Because just like you said, they overdid it or were overzealous with it, or they had too much of a caging parent and they got too much freedom and didn't know what to do with it. Irresponsible with it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. You got my man Hot Sauce. What's going on, man? What's going on, Hot Sauce?
What's going on, man? Y'all having an interesting conversation. I just wanted to add my 2 cents, and then I'll bow out. I just wanted to say that what Brace said and also what you said was right. It's better to start in your 20s and teens because you're building a habit, because it's really hard to reverse that stuff in your 40s and 50s because you build up a habit of decades of doing the wrong thing.
Makes sense.
But I have a friend. His kid brother goes to Johns Hopkins, and pretty much you have to about 50 to 55 years old to reverse stuff. So, like, say for example, if you have high blood pressure, diabetes, whatever, you have up to 55 to the age of 55 roughly, because after that, high blood pressure, diabetes start affecting your brain. If you look at people who died of strokes and stuff like that, their brains are 10 to 20% smaller. People who have diabetes, you'll start seeing black marks on their brains when they pass away. So, like, one of the things he's saying is that it's hard to do, but you can do it. But you got to age 55, and after that, it's a wrap. Because now it starts to affecting your brain. So that's why you look at people who have high blood pressure, stuff like that. They start dying around 60, 63, 61, something like that. Diabetes, you start getting all these problems like at 59, 61, right? Because after 55, it starts affecting your brain. Because my uncle just died like 2 days ago. He's not really close to me, but he had diabetes. 59, he would have been 60 in a couple months, right? But after 55, right, it start affecting. It start passing that blood-brain barrier there, right? Because you gotta understand something. When you have heart attacks, when you have high blood pressure, your brain is not getting enough oxygen, even with on the pills, right? Because the oxygen goes through the blood. So when your vessels tightens, your brain needs oxygen, right? So you're literally walking around years and years and years of brain damage.
Why y'all men don't like to go to the doctor? Can you tell me? Can you answer that?
No. This is women have high blood pressure too. Right?
No, I'm just saying overall, it's really hard to get y'all to go to the doctor sometimes. Or
but
you'll
this
go
is
at the
cultural.
last minute. That nut's been hurting for 2 months. When it's finally turning green and
No,
getting
we
green,
ain't.
oh, I think we need to go to the doctor
No,
now.
no, 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 no.
A lot
Ain't
of
no
people
man, ain't no. Let me tell you something. There ain't no man that if his Johnson has anything going with it, that he's just gonna say no. Now that's one thing. Would take his ass to the damn doctor. Please believe that. You ain't gonna have no man that's gonna be sitting there saying, "No, I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna put some tussin on it." No, that's not about to happen. It's not about to happen.
Hey, but
If you want a mother to go to the hospital, that's the way that you
Just
gonna
put a
get his
little
ass to go
Viper
to the
rub
hospital.
on that.
I just
We
want to
gonna
say
go
something.
over our nuts.
A lot of times, because I used to be friends with. She's a scientist. She used to be a chemist, and a lot of times, man, you go to the doctor, man, especially for Black people, man. The medicine, that shit don't be working like it's supposed to.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you find out all these like natural healing, better benefit stuff. You start doing that and you get better, right? And doctors don't know shit. They don't know shit. They just know
How to
this
write
test,
prescriptions.
take that test, and you get this prescription. Yeah, they don't actually know shit. Like it's the researchers, like the biomedical researchers that actually know about medicine. But the guy you go see with your goddamn copay, he don't know shit.
Hot sauce. I just had a doctor that asked me, what was CMOS?
Yeah.
I just changed. She was my primary care doctor, and I seen her one time, and she was asking me the things that I take, and I told her I took CMOS. I told her I took zinc, and she said, "Well, what is CMOS?" I said, "Yeah, all right."
CMOS is that natural blue pill.
Your ass.
Because everybody I know that switches to those homeopathic doctors where they check your gut health and stuff like that, they be fine in 2 months. At least two months to a year, they be great.
Yeah.
Right?
So the doctor didn't know what CMOS was?
She did not know what CMOS was.
They don't know diets. Doctors don't know diets.
No, that's a dietitian's job.
She was trying to get so most of the time, like I can tell you from guys like myself and other guys, I don't want a doctor telling me some bullshit and prescribing some shit that can fuck my liver and my kidneys up. And a lot of times they would give you some shit that medicine that they prescribe to you, you take it. Now they got to prescribe another damn medicine to counter that
control
shit.
the side effects, the motherfucking side effects from one medicine. It's like putting a Band-Aid over it. They're not getting to the root of the problem. They're going to give you medicine to take care of that. Now the side effects from that medicine is going to cause something else. It's big business.
Instead of them just telling you all you need to do is eat some damn nasty ass beets and some roots. At the end of the day, I would.
He froze a little bit.
He froze on us. Look, I got powers, Jack. I said this. He froze. No, I'm sorry.
I know you're animating everything. You froze a little bit, JT.
I'd rather eat ginger raw than to go out there and take the medicine that they're prescribing. I'd rather have to deal with the taste of something. I don't like beets, but I learned they got another way on how you can eat beets or drink beets or whatever it is that you can do. And when I'm telling you, so many people walking around here right now with rheumatoid arthritis, and they got all these damn muscular problems and shit like that. When all they have to do is change their damn diet, stop eating certain shit, and implement certain shit. You be like, damn, it's nasty, but damn.
90%. Like 90%. Like even I mean, even if you have like goddamn diabetes that says you can't cure it. That's not true. Just go to a vegan diet and then your body starts behaving properly.
It starts to heal itself.
It heals itself, right? Same thing with high blood pressure or rheumatoid arthritis, all that. I mean, only unless you got cancer or AIDS, you can fix it with a diet.
Yes.
Now with AIDS,
it's done.
Yeah, you done, right? Because you put the wrong thing in your mouth. But other than that,
wait a minute.
Other than that, you can fix it with a diet.
Josh.
Hi,
up,
Josh.
How's it going?
It's going well, bro. It's going well. I'll be right back, Brace.
No problem. Well, let me ask you, Josh, and then Hot Sauce, you'll get it afterwards. We kind of got off track, but let's talk about what the topic is about. Sit your transformer ass down. What do you what seriously, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, again, I made it very clear to people that I don't have a problem with the rainbow community, but I have a problem when you're taking away, you're taking away body parts to say that you're another gender and you're competing with women. I mean, how do you feel about that whole situation?
You've already messed up. The moment that you allow the toleration, the moment you allow even a tiny bit of toleration for that door to just crack open. Oh, I don't care what you do behind the closed doors, right? But the moment that you allow it out into public, if you don't stamp it out immediately when the door cracks open, you have no right to complain about any of the results that come from it.
And that's exactly what I said to the Dems. You guys, you're gonna vote for Kamala and Tampax Walt. Then you know what? Deal with the consequences. I don't want to hear shit y'all got to say. Well, no, he's the governor that put tampons in men's restrooms in his state. That's why
it was just the wording. It was comical.
I mean, I'm not okay with this. No, I'm not gonna have a little grandbaby and we walking into the bathroom and there's a whole man in the bathroom because he identifies as a woman. Then I guess we got to make a third bathroom. So are you saying the fact that we allow same-sex marriages, that was the start of Pandora's box?
If you're looking at it in a legal sense, yeah, probably same-sex marriage was like the door starter, right? But it existed within society where we stopped shunning it. I do mean like calling them demons kind of concept. Like publicly shunning it was probably more along the lines of where the toleration began.
I hear you. What about you, Hot Sauce? What's your perspective on this? What do you think about these Transformers taking over?
Oh man, I mean they're a protected class, man. You trying to get me in trouble? I'm gonna say this the best way.
Monday Night Mayhem.
I'm gonna say the best way. I think it is a mental illness, and you're pretty much teaching other people to,
be mentally ill.
Mental illness. Yeah, it's a mental illness. It's for sure a mental illness.
So you don't think they were born that way? They're just on the wrong body?
No, because that's just not how the brain works. And to look at yourself and want to kind of start cutting away at your body, because when you cut your arms, right? They classify that as a mental illness, like people who just like to cut themselves, right? So if you look at yourself and then you want to start cutting off your genitals, right? That's a mental illness. That's a mental illness. And I haven't met anyone who could rationally explain it outside of feelings that it's anything but a mental illness. Because when you look at similar things that people do, they will say, okay, yeah, this person has a problem. Like people who just sit there and like to cut themselves. Not for suicide, but just likes to cut themselves. Like on their fingers, their arms, their legs, and stuff like that, right? You'll send them to a therapist to talk about it. Even before the 60s, you would go to a therapist to talk about it, right? And then my second problem is this. There is an invasion of freedom of speech because now I need to know different pronouns like he, her, him, she. I mean, come on, man. Like, why I gotta ignore my 5th grade education grammar for your ass?
I agree. I mean, there's comes a time, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to draw the line in the sand. When is enough going to be enough? And that's all I was trying to do tonight, is make people aware, is that, you give people an inch, they take a yard. First it was okay. Then it was same-sex marriage. Then it was that now we're up to this now where a person or a little person, a child can say, I want to be a boy, and adults will be okay with that. Insurance companies will go through with surgeries, but nobody talks about the side effects of the medicine that it does when they're pumping these hormones into these kids. Nobody talks about how a lot of these when they turn 30 and 40, they regret doing what they're doing, and they're in more of a depression than they were before. We don't talk about that side. All we talk about is giving them rights, allowing this, and allowing a grown-ass man to be in a woman's bathroom. I swear, I hope I never run into that situation, because I'm going off. I'm going off, especially if I got a child with me. You know, it's going to be a problem at whatever establishment I'm going to be at, and I'm going to put it on social media, and I'm putting it out there, because, again, when is enough is enough.
It's still not enough. Look, for example, the argument that was used. Not knocking the other guy, but let's look at the concept of like mental illness. The idea of justifying a thing existing because it's mentally ill, right? The DSM would disagree with it. However, why would it matter? Why does it matter whether you deem it mentally ill? It's either good or bad. Pick a side. You don't need a reason to justify it. If you consider it a threat to your society, you should oppose it. Period.
Well, I mean, well, if something you're doing is mentally ill, then obviously to adopt it would be bad to your society. That's why you would label it mentally ill.
You would label it mentally ill because you want to start to accept it and address the problem. Don't want to fix people. Why?
Well, in order to fix something, you have to address the problem. If you're saying that, okay, it's demons, right? You just randomly out there say, okay, it causes demons. That doesn't stop the proliferation of promoting transgender. But if you label it and diagnose it, then we can now start addressing the problem and fixing it.
And you think that a pill or a medication is going to
I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to say a pill, whatever, but I'm going to say addressing it and trying to solve a problem is going to be a better way of dealing with it and stopping the progression of it than just calling someone a demon.
Damn it. I'm going to have to go full-fledged right-winger here. The only fixing it is eradication.
Okay, then how do you eradicate? What does eradication mean?
You shun it right out of your community. That's where
I shun it today. Now what?
Okay, so it's out of your community, right? But it's in the next community over. Which case you have to decide, is the next community over, are they part of your community? Do they work with you? Do they have the same traditional, or do they have the same values as you? If not, they're your enemy. Let them destroy themselves. You can then weaponize it.
Okay,
you still have to compete.
But this is not Greek. This is not 13 BC Greek where you throw the defective children off the cliff.
Why can't you?
Okay, I'm done.
Hold up. Hold up. Let's hypothetically, you can take this in with any direction. Let's hypothetically say there is a community within the United States that still believes that, oh crap, slavery never ended, right? We're just going to have a small community over here. We're going to keep our slaves, right? You deem them as a threat. Why would you not attack them? Everybody's selectively picking what they decide what's good, bad, and tolerable. It's either good or it's bad.
And we saw what happened to the country whenever that tried to happen, right?
No.
We ended up having a civil war over it. It took eradication.
No. I agree. I agree with him on that because white people absolutely need supervision, and this is why. And what he's saying is the exact reason why white people need supervision. So I do agree with you on that. I do agree that you got to understand who your enemies are. But on a side note, even still, when you have problems, you need to diagnose the problem to fix it. Right? So even if we want to revert back to slavery and those group of people that think slavery should have never ended, antebellum slavery should have been proliferated throughout the whole
How do you
America.
how do you fix a belief system that you disagree with? Like, how do you fix something like that? How would you even remotely go about it?
But now we're changing two things. First, we're talking about a mental illness, now to a belief system. Because for slavery, I said I already agree with you. So if you believe that I need to be in chains because of the color of my skin, then yes, you're automatically my enemy, and we need to fight.
Okay, let's take, like, say, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia would be a good concept. So if you're taking, like, the hardcore cases of, like, say, schizophrenia, where somebody believes that, like, there's spiders on your face and they're gonna have to, the only way for them to deal with the issue is to claw the spiders that they think are on your face, right? A mental illness. What do you do to fix it? Do you lock them in a cage? You take their freedom away? You either remove them from society, which would be the equivalent of shunning, or you just get rid of them.
Damn.
There's no cure for schizophrenia.
So, but what happens when you get rid of them? They come back with more, and then they just start attacking you, right? Because you refuse to address the problem.
Yeah, you lock them in a cage. You take their freedoms away because they are deemed a threat to you, regardless of whether it's a mental illness.
All right, guys, let me get Monte's punch in here. Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate you coming on. So what say you? What you have to add to the conversation?
Is my mic working? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was on the live for a while. It's honestly, I saw y'all pop up my feed and I was just like, oh, another YouTube group like supporting Black people. That was really great. And I kind of want to see like more YouTube with that. On the subject of trans people, so the first thing I'd have to start out with is why do you think that being trans is either one, an ideology, or two, a mental illness?
Well, he says ideology. I said a mental illness. I said a mental illness is because when you look at similar things, if you look at your body and you decide that you need to cut things off to remove them, right? Okay. Gender dysphoria, I believe that's the medical term.
So, because honestly, I came in the same boat as y'all when, but this was like what I discovered about what transgender people were back in, I believe, 2015, 2016. And so I'm a more rational, logic-based person. So what the DSM-5 actually states is that if you are gender non-conforming, that in itself is not a mental illness, which trans people do fit under that category. Now, as far as what gender dysphoria is, so there's a difference between anxiety and anxiety disorder, right? Everyone has anxiety, but if your anxiety is to the point where it prevents you from doing simple basic tasks, then that's a problem that needs to be fixed. Gender dysphoria happens in both non-trans and trans people. In non-trans people, for example, males, there's a issue called gynecomastia, which the male chest resembles
produces too much estrogen. Yes.
Yes, and it resembles female breasts. Now there is a surgery to correct that, and the only reason that surgery exists is to make the individual feel better. That is, there's no medical.
No, that's not true, because the more estrogen a male produces, the more likely he's at risk of cancer, and so.
No, the whole, if you see the reason why
you can look it up. The more estrogen, if a male produces more estrogen than testosterone, he's at risk of cancer.
No, yes, I agree. No, I agree with you there about the estrogen part, but it's not specifically about the estrogen. It's because the male chest resembles more like a female chest, and they will get surgery to dwindle it down so that way it resembles more of a male chest, and so the surgery only exists just to make them feel better. Now, when it comes to so that
Well,
is
can we pause there? Can we pause there for a second? Because that's not entirely I feel like we're misleading a little bit, because most people who have that, the number one thing the doctor would recommend is actually testosterone shots. Right? They wouldn't automatically
no.
offer. Yes, that's very true. I
well,
have family members who have it. The first thing they will offer is testosterone shots. And then with the testosterone shots, you go to the gym, you can reshape your chest. Because
right.
I know what you're talking about. They don't automatically go to the surgery first. And
Correct.
even
So this is what my point is. Correct.
hold on,
The same
let
thing.
me finish the point, please.
Mhm.
And even with that, because you're trying to mislead me down the road that says that by removing a body part is kind of gender dysphoria. No, it isn't, because if I'm a man and I'm not looking like a man, the rational thing is to find solutions so that I can look like a man. And I'm done.
Right. So what I was saying is that so everything is by a case basis, obviously, but when you go pursue that surgery, those surgeries are to make people feel better about themselves.
No,
When it
I
comes to
disagree with you. I disagree with you.
okay, so the reason why I was trying to go is this is the same with gender dysphoria for trans people, because their body does not align what their brain thinks, and this is by a case basis. What the misconception is, everybody wants to go directly into surgery and think that's what everything is, when it is not. And that scares people, because everybody's thinking that, oh, the kids are getting some type of surgery when they're too young, and everybody thinks whatever, but it doesn't directly lead to surgery. In fact, when you look up what gender affirming care is, the people who do get surgeries, they have to be at least 18. Well, I would say if it is top surgery, for example, it is around 15, 16, because in females who aren't trans, we already permit them to have these kind of surgeries for breast reductions if they have breasts that are too large and can cause back pain and all those other problems and stuff. So when you have somebody whose brain is incongruent to what their body is, then, and if they want to pursue that, that is what sometimes the doctor will permit. But usually after they've been on, so here's the other thing, like HRT.
Hold on, can we I just want to say something really quickly, because you've
Go
been
ahead.
speaking like nonstop.
Sorry.
So I want to say a couple of things. So number one, men who augment guy, I forgot the name of it, right? Where your boobs look like a female boobs. Number one, gynecomastia. Thank you. Number one, majority of people who have it do not get surgery just because at the price point. It is cheaper to get the testosterone shots alone than it is to go through a $10,000 surgery, right? Because I just looked it up on Google. So just on practicality alone, most men are not doing that. Number two, it is rational. It is absolutely rational as a man to want to look like a man.
Correct.
Right?
That's what trans men are doing.
Right. And so no, it is natural for a biological man to want to look like a biological man.
No,
And to say, brother, I did not cut you off. I let you say all your points, right? So now I'm just hitting your points one by one, rebutting it. Right? That's all I'm doing. So I let you speak. Second, you talked about how you talked about how it boils down to displeasure of how you look. Again, that is also not true, because the biological man is not looking to cut things off that belong to a biological man. And now I'm done.
Okay.
But that's the difference, though. So You're correct. So if you're comfortable in your body, which that's the majority of people born are, then you don't have to worry about these things. But for 1% of the population, which is trans people that have an incongruence between their gender, which is a neurochemical construct in the brain from your body, then they're going to look more like what that construct is.
That literally defines mental illness.
No, it is not, because
you have
according to the DSM-5, gender non-congruence is not a mental illness, or I should say, gender non-conformity in itself is not.
After 1968, please add that caveat. After 1968,
correct.
But before 1968, it was labeled. It was
correct,
labeled
but the things,
illness, right?
but that's how science works. Once we
No. Politics infuse science.
That doesn't make any sense.
We see it all the time.
You're right. It doesn't.
No.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Yes.
If you had a little girl and you go take her to the bathroom and you saw a grown-ass man in the woman's bathroom, you wouldn't feel some type of way?
What are they doing?
Well, they identify as a woman.
And are they going to the bathroom?
Yes.
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 And they're going to the bathroom, doing their business, washing up and leaving?
No, that's not necessarily true. That's the problem right there. That is the problem right there.
Why would I have an issue with them if they're not directly doing anything?
So hold on. Let's back up one minute. You guys, because we were talking about mental illness, right?
Right.
Did anybody read the definition of what a mental illness is?
No, because it's going. I'm going to use the one before 1968. He's going to use the one before 1968.
Right.
And my point is this: politics affects science. Politics absolutely affects science, right? Because when the politics of today were against the big A word, right? You had all this scientific information saying why you should not do this. Then when politics changed to say, okay, now we're going to allow the A word, then the science on it also changed, right? That's just one example. That's one example of many how politics affect science.
I would disagree, because science is a self-correcting system once we have more evidence.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because there's some things that, like, for example, right? For example, we know for a fact that every time a woman has unprotected sex with a man, that DNA is passed to her child. That science is not out there and is buried. We know that for a fact. We know that in tenureships in academia, when you go through peer reviewing, right, they are pressured to publish certain things, and they are pressured not to publish certain things. I did my
that is why there's a scientific consensus.
I did my public policy at the Kennedy
School. Yeah, but who
Harvard.
controls the scientific consensus?
For a fact. I know this for a fact. Politics.
It works because you have a group of scientists that get together and they share their work, and if they all agree on the same conclusion, that's how we get the consensus.
If they all agree, they all get together, provided they all get together. I'm sorry, Hot Sauce.
No.
If they all get together, if they are, provided they all can agree, and provided that they're all paid a certain amount to be able to agree, and provided that they all publish their consensus, you have to understand that those board of people that are actually on that board, they are selected and elected to be able to be on that board and paid to be on that board. So it's not to suggest those people. It's not to suggest those people should be questioned, but you have to suggest. You have to understand why they should be questioned, and why they should be questioned is that up to a certain point, they all agreed. Pause. Up to a certain point, they all agreed that something was a mental illness, or the evidence of something should be a mental illness, and then magically, because of around the same time that something politically changed, now all of a sudden there's tolerance for something to not only change how something is categorized, but then allowed for it to be not considered to be a mental illness. Now, it's not to suggest that because it's not that because it's a mental illness, that it should be shunned, or it should not be allowed, or it shouldn't be, like my guy Josh here says, that people should be caged away. That's not what I'm saying. But you should call
nobody's
something,
saying that. No,
it should be called what it is. Schizophrenia is what it is. Bulimia is what it is. This is what it is. And to say,
but it's not a mental illness.
Literally. Here's the dichotomy.
Homosexuality was a mental illness way back in the day too, but now it's not.
Here is the dichotomy of what's being said. What's being said is a person with an XY chromosome and a person with an XX chromosome. Okay, these two individuals are classified as this and this. Okay, so class. What is a person with an XX chromosome? What is that person, class? What is that gender of that person, according to biology?
So according to biology,
he's asking the question.
According to biology, that would be sex. But then again, you have people like with De La Chapelle syndrome who have XX chromosomes and they express phenotypically male attributes.
Brilliant. What is the XY chromosome?
XY chromosome is biologically male, but then also you get people born with Swyer syndrome, which means they have a XY chromosome, but they express phenotypically as female.
Oh, great. See, this is
what? Bro, come on,
I'm going to have to have a part 2 to this show, because now we're going to have to decipher, is transgender a mental illness, yes or no?
Wait, was he just... Did he just...
I mean, let me put it this way. So let's say a trans woman says like, okay, I'm a woman. So to y'all, they're like, well, they can't be women because they have XY chromosomes. Traditionally, sex and gender are the same thing. If you have XY, you're a man. And if you have XX, you're a woman. So if a trans woman says, hey, I am a woman, but what they're saying is I'm a woman, but I have XY chromosomes. So back to what Bossman originally said before is we have to talk about what exists in objective reality. And the objective reality is that not all XY people are male. There are XY people that are born female, such as the people with Swyer syndrome. So since these are people that exist, trans people are identifying with a type of human that exists within the female category.
But why would you have someone that were born with, because what you're talking about is the people that were born with two different sex organs, correct?
No, that's why I'm not talking. So there are intersex people who are born with two. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Question, please.
Mm-hmm.
So, are all the people who claim or identify as trans, are the majority of people, 51% or better, have Swyer syndrome? Is that what you're telling me?
No, they do not. However, there are intersex people.
Matter.
No, it does matter because there are okay, so not everybody with Swyer syndrome, though. Most people with Swyer syndrome identify with, so Swyer syndrome is a genotype, so that's your chromosomes, XY. Phenotype is female anatomy. So most of those people, the neurochemical construct in their brain says that they are female despite them having XY chromosomes. However, we do see people who are trans that were born this way, but they say that I am male. And we do have evidence to suggest that these neurochemical constructs in our brains are based on hormone washing that goes on in the womb. So
what percentage of these people have Swyer syndrome, please?
So it's about 1%, but all of these, so intersex people Yeah,
Yeah, we
1%.
we cannot have a
Trans
a
people,
constructive.
are 1%. Intersex people are 1%.
No,
People
no,
with
I'm asking of the I'm
ginger
asking.
people with red
Hold on
hair
a
are
second,
also
one second.
1% of the
Okay,
population.
let me clarify my question to you, sir, because
Yes.
we're having productive.
Mhm.
Out of the percentage of trans people, so 100% of the group that is trans,
Yes.
how many percentage of those people inside that cohort have Swire syndrome?
I would say not a whole lot, but we do have examples of people with Swire syndrome who
Yeah, but
are
I
are
mean, if we're going to have if we're going to have a constructive debate with
mhm.
some type of resolution, then it's really hard to debate on the exceptionalism instead of the probability. Would you agree?
I mean that's just nature. I mean there's
Okay,
always.
so then we can move on from Swire syndrome
What do you mean?
because it's not the norm, and it's not
It's
the
not the
norm.
norm.
It doesn't
It's
matter
not
if
the
it
it's
doesn't
not
matter
It
if it's
the
the
doesn't.
norm.
transgender
It
cohort.
No, it doesn't matter if it's the norm because it is a thing that exists because all of these are genetic processes that are
Yeah,
natural that
but
are natural and that I mean it's a non-conscious entity with no free will. So
You
these
can
are just
But
things that are naturally
quantify.
occurring.
You
sir,
can
look, I'm reading.
quantify.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
You can quantify the abnormalities without dislodging
What
what
makes it
is
abnormal?
It's rare. It
because
What?
says here
It's
it's
rare.
a rare
It's not
genetic
normal.
condition that
1%,
affects sexual
380
development. It's
million people.
rare.
That's why.
Yeah.
So
hold on,
why should
hold on, guys, hold on. Let me just say this. My point with Mantis is this:
Mhm.
if we want to have a constructive debate or a discussion, right, where we can come to some conclusion where I can see your points and we can see my points, right?
Right.
Then it has to be based on the norms of those special cohorts, right? So if you're telling me that and hear me out, if you're telling me that it's a small majority inside the transgender, wouldn't it be more productive just to talk about the average Joe Schmo of the transgender group? Because it's going to be more productive. If we always go to the extremes on each side, if I go to the extreme, you go to the extreme, we never get to a resolution. Wouldn't you agree to that? That's reasonable, right?
So no, I mean it's
Okay.
just because something is rare doesn't mean we should treat it like severely different. I mean, people are people. But if you want to say these people, because they are rare, they shouldn't fit into my group, not only is that logically that's just logically incoherent, but I mean that is I mean personally I feel that dehumanizing because if it's
Well, I
like
mean,
you were born rare and that makes you not like us, and I feel like that a lot of times because honestly, so going back to but I'm sorry if I kind of got off the topic. If I don't know if it was about trans or drag queens, I was just trying to add a little bit more education and thought processes. Also, like the bathroom question, um, so we have evidence to suggest that there have been women who are not trans who have been forcibly taken out of bathrooms and harassed because they were suspected to be trans. But this is only because they're I mean, with women, they can look any sort of way. There are women that look like men, but they are the exact same women that you guys would normally call women with XX chromosomes and vaginas. However, the human body with sex in itself, which people try to traditionally categorize with this part and this part and this part, there's a lot of nuance to it. And so I get where y'all coming from because you want to equate somebody going into the bathroom that you say looks like a man as some type of predator. However, are they actually doing any predatory activity, or just because you think they might be a predatory man, does that like am I?
He doesn't belong in the little girl's
No,
bathroom.
hold on.
Period.
I get what he's saying, but this is the thing. We try to mitigate. The thing is that we try to mitigate risk, right?
Right.
So what happens is that when you have people are saying that there's 7, 8 different genders versus this 2.
There's not.
There's only 2, right?
No. Well, I would say there's 2 classifications. There's the binary one, men and women, and the non-binary
we have
one.
problems because language tries to be defined so many different ways when in simplicity, there's 2 genders, women and men. So when you're starting to change that, and when you're starting to say that there's more than 2 genders, now what you're doing is muddying the waters. And this is where we have a problem when people are trying to muddy the waters.
But that wouldn't be objectively
There's
true.
a bathroom, and there has been bathrooms for women, and there has been bathrooms for men. Anything else that's in between those 3, yes, for eons. Anything that's in between, they have to make concessions if that was a problem, but it's not. Why? Because we deal off of what? Probabilities.
Probability.
So a couple of things. So the when you say there's only 2 genders, yes, I'm assuming that there's only the male sex and then the female sex. But objectively, that's not true because of the existence of intersex people, they don't fit between the male-female binary. That's what I'm saying. So
no, they wouldn't ordinarily fit in there because there's not a lot of them.
No,
right?
JT. No,
but they exist.
They do fit. They do fit.
They do
fit. They do fit. He's
physiologically they do. Physiologically and anatomically they do.
Right. Okay. So here's what my take on that. Let's say you had a bathroom and you said women only. Women define as adult human females. So if you define female as a human that has XX chromosomes and a vagina and a uterus, that actually there are people who exist that do not fit those categories because that would discriminate against Swyer syndrome women with vaginal agenesis, which basically with sex, I mean, it's based on conduct.
You're grasping for straws.
That's objective reality that these people exist.
That's not true. That is not true. People with Swyer syndrome, women with Swyer syndrome, still is XX and have a vagina. You're not telling the truth, sir.
No, Swyer syndrome is XY with a vagina.
Okay, so let me ask this then.
Yeah.
Let me ask this.
Mm-hmm.
Have you known a woman that had prostate cancer?
Well, you're conflating sex with gender again. So like, if
sex is gender. Sex is gender.
And by the way, it's 1 in 80,000 births.
Cancer.
Yes or no? It's an open-ended question. Have you met a woman that has gotten prostate cancer? Yes or no?
It's a closed question. That's a closed question.
That's what I meant.
I mean, personally, no.
Have you heard of any woman getting prostate cancer?
I mean, if they're trans, then yeah. I mean, trans
women cannot get prostate cancer, sir.
Only men have prostate.
If you have a prostate, you can get cancer.
Only men have
prostates.
Only men have prostates.
Males have prostates. Men is a gender term.
You could try to put it however you want to put it. Only men for eons we've been knowing men.
No, it's not.
have prostates.
No,
Can we pause for a second? Can we pause? Embrace the grace. I'm gonna go because I don't have a mental illness, and someone up here telling me that male and men is not the same thing. I'm sorry. I learned that shit.
That's
in the fifth grade.
crazy.
I learned exactly.
That's
This is
wow.
mental illness. This is mental illness.
And just to let you know, Swyer syndrome is 1 in 80,000 births. I'm looking it up
But it
right
still
now.
exists.
It still exists, but it's not enough to make a dent in the population for them to get a whole fucking gender.
Neither
Exactly.
neither do trans people. They're 1% of the population too.
But
They shouldn't get a whole gender. They shouldn't. It's not the norm. It's male and female since the beginning of
people
time.
with red hair are not
period.
people with red hair are not the norm either.
Listen,
But there's a lot more redheads and there's a lot more
Wait,
Swyer
hold on.
No,
syndrome.
it's the same.
Wait, she's
Redheaded
like,
people are
red-
1%.
Now we're
Red
doing
hair is not a
characteristics to the.
classification.
Yeah,
No,
people.
no, no.
When
We're
she
moving the
said-
goalposts.
When she said 1 out of 80 has Swyer syndrome, that also means majority of trans people do not have Swyer syndrome.
Majority isn't all.
Majority of transgender people do not have Swyer syndrome. And then again, and let's go back to the earlier point, right?
Majority isn't all though.
They have vagina. So since they have a vagina, they use the ladies' room. Voila.
No.
And let's also make it.
No, we
let's also
separate
make
we
another
separate
point.
bathrooms based by gender, not sex.
No,
That's also-
Isn't sex gender?
How do
Actually, no,
you
we
have
don't.
gender and sex?
that's
How do you
also
separate
not
that? How do you
That's
separate
also
that?
not true.
Gender is a scientifically confirmed neurological construct that exists in the brain that is determined by hormone washing in the womb. That is what the current scientific data says.
Hold on,
Your
Jake, we gotta
sex
pause on something.
your
We gotta pause
sex
on something.
is
Hold on, sir. We gotta stop for a second because there's mistruths. Bathrooms are based on your genitalia. If you have a vagina, how are you going to pee in a urinal?
You
Urinals
don't.
are for dicks. Exactly.
So why would they make one for you?
Right. So bathrooms are based on genitalia because in men bathroom or people who have dicks, right, penises.
a trans woman will
there's
just sit
urinals
down
in
in the
there.
stall.
There's urinals there, but there's urinals and I don't know if you've ever been to a men's bathroom, but there's urinals in a men's bathroom.
Yeah,
Right,
so a trans man won't use the urinal. He'll just go in the
So
stall.
a woman with a biological vagina can't use a urinal.
Correct.
Right.
So,
Irrespective
just
of
go in
which
the
option
stall.
you choose.
Why does the urinal have to
choose?
Why does the urinal have to exist?
So my point is that bathrooms were designed on the physiology of the body.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, but do you need a urinal?
That's beside the point. That's a non sequitur. Move on.
Yeah.
That's a non sequitur.
What you're saying, bro, is when you're talking about sex, gender, and all these different things, it's funny that you guys have to break this all the way down to a point where it's still going to come right back full circle that there's only two sexes.
Intersex people exist.
Women and men.
Science basically created two sets of two categories in response to what we physically saw or visually saw to what we are witnessing to what we are witnessing physiologically,
right?
To what was naturally corporeally obvious. And there was only two things that were obvious. Either a vaginal cavity or a penile protrusion. And the man thought, and the man thought, we're going to categorize these things because we looked at things and we saw it and we said, you know what, we have got to name shit. Yes. So male and female, or Adam looked at things, or in the Christian sense, Adam looked at things and said, whoa, man, because he couldn't imagine what the hell he saw if he wanted from the Christian aspect of it. But male and
I don't believe in Christianity.
I'm adding a moment of levity. Take it. The point that I am making is that man, or in the non-Christian aspect of it, just the corporeal mindset that we live in this plane of existence that we live in without God. The mindset is that we looked at things and we saw, we took what we saw, and we basically categorized what we corporeally saw and witnessed physiologically. And the two things that we always see, irrespective to how it comes out, if we see a mixture of the two and the hermaphroditic formality, or if it's some other formality, the two things we always fucking see is either a vaginal cavity or a penile protrusion.
Yes.
That's it. Now,
there can be a fusion of both. That's another intersex condition.
I said the hermaphroditic mindset.
That's not necessarily hermaphroditic.
That is absolutely a hermaphroditic.
A fusion of
if you have a fusion of two genitals, that's not two separate.
Then that person's a eunuch. Either way, the point that I am making.
That's it right there. What you just said.
Can a man have a period?
They have
Can
no
a man
purpose.
have a menstrual cycle?
Hold on. He said something that was very important. Boss Man said something very important. If they can't go to either or, they're a eunuch. Period. The purpose, they have no purpose when it comes down to creating. None.
So what's wrong with being a eunuch?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm
It's not
identifying
about
what
wrong.
is
right.
I'm identifying what's possible, and there's nothing wrong. See, here's the problem. People think that by identifying what is object reality, that I'm pointing out what's wrong. No. By me looking at me saying that I'm light skinned and I'm lighter than JT, and us two are lighter than Embrace, and then you, sir, are a mixture between me and JT, and Josh here is brighter than all of us, that I'm pointing out something that's wrong with us. No, I'm stating objective fact. And whenever someone in this society points out what is objective fact, that I'm stating something that is wrong, whether someone's born a eunuch, born with a vagina, but missing a right
ovary.
Thank you. Yeah. Or if I have a nut sack, but I'm missing my left testicle, my left testes, or whatever the case, that there's something inherently wrong. No, something went wrong. But there doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. But you can be classified without the fact that your classification means there's something wrong with you. And the problem is, the problem with this society now is that trans people have a problem with being properly classified because they're scared of being identified as there's something wrong.
That's where it comes down to. You have people that had their heart born. They were born with their heart outside of their chest cavity. You have people that was born that way. You have people that were born where they were conjoined to the head, to the hip. They were conjoined. Something did go wrong, but they're not wrong. That's what we're trying to. At the end of the day, when you set the narrative where you're trying to make people to say no, that's not normal, and you're trying to say that we're the villains, that's what we have a problem with you. Because the thing is this world goes off of what? Normality.
That's it.
Normality. That's how it flows.
And you're forcing this upon us. We got to force now a trans man to participate in women's sports. How is that fair?
No, however,
can I
this is the
that?
thing. Yeah, hold on. Let me say this, and then you can answer all of it. When it comes down to it, there's a mental disorder and or illness when you think you're something that you're not. And what we have a problem with And let's keep it 100.
Mm-hmm.
If you can be trans, man or woman, then what's keeping somebody from being
13?
Look, man, can I say something real quick?
Did he freeze?
Am I afraid? Can you hear me?
Can I just say something real quick?
Absolutely.
And embrace the grace. I just want to say this. Look, I'm gonna keep it raw because this is insane. So I'm just gonna keep it to the basics.
Just put the hot sauce on it, damn it.
Yeah. If I'm gonna cut off my dick just to put another dick in my mouth, and y'all think I'm normal, y'all fucked up. I'm done.
And you're through.
And you're through.
Right? Because that's what you're telling me right now. That cutting off my dick just to put another dick in my mouth, right? It's normal.
I mean,
that's it. I'm done.
Boy, good. The boy, good. You know, you're right. I mean, guys, it looks like we're gonna have a part 2 to this show, but because I'm really gonna have to wrap it up. We've been here 4 hours and 15 minutes. So it looks like I am going to have to get a medical doctor on this show. We're going to have to get some more concrete information, but I just don't understand how some, and I appreciate you coming up here.
I'm going to say, Mantis, come back.
I wish you would have came back earlier so we can hear more, because I'm learning from you, but it's very hard to convince me.
So no, and here, my whole point is, because I know where y'all coming from, but the reason why I wanted to come up here is because, I mean, the objective reality, there is a lot of nuance to human beings and people. And even in like the realm of classification now, and going back to the whole with like men and women's sports thing, like do you think that people are just letting people say, like, identify, oh, I'm a woman, they just let them play, and you don't think that there's no prerequisite to that? Because that's not exactly what is happening. For example, if you're trying to play professionally, if you are a trans woman, you have to be on HRT, which before I mention that, I have to get all this out. All of the medicine that is being used right now for trans people is medicine that was already used for non-trans people for years. HRT has already been used for kids that have, I forgot what type of, prepubescent puberty. And the same hormone treatments have been used on like intersex kids and a bunch of other things. So this is like nothing new. And this has been tested and like safe for years, but that's another discussion. But anyway, but I'm just saying there are prerequisites that trans people have to go to in order to actually compete in sports, because what gives them an advantage is if they went through male puberty, because testosterone is what increases your muscle mass, increases your stamina and everything. So of course they're not going to let somebody who just went through that compete with a bunch of people who went through female puberty who didn't get that advantage. But there is a recent sports medicine study back in 2023 that show that if they have at least been on HRT for about 2 years, because female athletes, I mean, they generate a little bit more testosterone than, non-female athletes that compete. So that's always going to happen. But when you're on HRT, you lose those advantages. So if everybody in the playing field has the same amount of testosterone and the same amount of estrogen, and you're allowing them to play, then what would be the problem letting that trans person play in the sport of their gender?
Let me answer that question real quick for you. Let's take, for example, the swimmer. A man's lungs have a larger capacity than a woman's lungs. Right there, we're at a disadvantage. Okay, a man is stronger physically than a woman, which means he can glide through that water much quicker than a woman. That's the difference. A man's lungs can hold is at a larger capacity than a woman's. I don't care how many testosterone or estrogen or none of that we're even, but the man's body is physically and biologically built differently than a woman. She trained all her life for that race, and just for a trans to come and take it from her because he identifies as a woman is not right. It's not. I don't want my door. Look at the boxing match that happened in the Olympics. They had to stop it. The strength of a man and the reach of a man is greater than a woman. So we are automatically walking into that boxing ring or jumping into that swimming pool at a disadvantage. I don't care how much hormones you didn't shut up or took away, Mantis. It's at a disadvantage. Men and women are built differently, and period.
I think, Mantis, to answer your question, because you did ask another question prior to that, I actually I'm of the opinion that I don't think that they are purposely or just lackadaisically just saying, hey, come one man, come all men. I don't think they're actually doing that. What I actually think that they're doing is trying to make something happen that's actually impossible to happen. That's what I think they're actually trying to do, and which is to reverse what happens physiologically to the human body, when a human body is able to undergo the process of growing and maturing under the advancement of testosterone, and trying to undo that chemically to compete against women fairly. I think that's what they're trying to actually do, which is actually impossible to really fairly do. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying that, but, yeah. To answer what Grace says, so the issue, even though that there are all fair in terms of testosterone and estrogen, because this individual has certain biological advantages, they shouldn't play with the other players. So that's what I was getting at. However, if you use
they shouldn't with women.
They shouldn't play with women. Stay with the boys. Go swim with the men.
You said so when I said that they
category.
So no, you said that they shouldn't play. So I said that if they were on HRT for 2 years, and then if they checked their testosterone to estrogen level with the other players, and if they were the same, they should still not compete. So okay. And you said that because they have biological advantages still, like their lung capacity and all that, correct?
Yes.
There's more.
However, using the same logic, Michael Phelps should not compete with other men because he actually has a biological advantage. He has a higher lung capacity, and he has a wingspan that, when he stretches his arms out, it has been shown that he has a wingspan that makes him more superior to swimming than the other men. So should he not play since he has a biological advantage?
That's not the same. You're comparing apples with oranges.
But
you're comparing a whole sex.
But you said
he's still a male. It's not his fault that his lungs are bigger than the average male, but a woman's compared to a man's is no comparison, Manifest. You're grasping for straws now. Okay? Why should I walk into a Planet Fitness? I'm trying to change in the locker room, but there's a whole man there. Just because he identifies himself as a woman, I should be comfortable. I have to change my behavior now as a woman and go into a stall when I like to change outside in front of my locker.
Yeah, no.
Why is that fair?
So So what is bothering you about that individual? Is it just because to you they look like a man, or are they doing something to harass you?
No, because to me, they're a man and they need to take their ass in the men's locker room. Period.
Grace, I can answer
That's
that
it.
question for you. I can answer the question for you,
But
Grace.
this is why I don't understand. So just because of what they look like makes them a threat.
No,
No, it's not what they look like. It's not what. Go ahead, boss man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There you go. I can answer this question for you. It's because when you look at what women have fought for, and when you look at what has been put in place on a societal level, and when you look at what has been put in place legislatively, it is an infringement upon their rights in this country, legislatively, statutorily. It is infringing upon their rights that they have fought for to allow a man to encroach upon that. Because they didn't used to have designated spots for women to compete in all places. They didn't. However, men have always been able to have freedoms to do everything. And in particular, white men. No offense, Josh. Sorry, I don't mean to point you out there. But white men.
Josh used to it.
Okay. But the point that I'm making here is that to then allow anyone who is not of biological standing as a woman, biological standing, to then encroach or infringe upon that is basically undoing what has been fought for. It's basically like essentially taking civil rights and unzipping it at the damn seams, essentially. When all you have to do is basically create their own path without touching what is already established. This was my point earlier. I don't know if you were watching earlier when I said this, but I said they would have been just fine had they just created their own path versus coming in like a cat with Velcro, the negative end of a Velcro, and touching what is already established and pulling away what's already there, or trying to come in like an amoeba and just attach itself to what's already there. Just create your own path, because I don't disagree with having some sort of inclusion or involvement. There, you could say that inclusion equals tolerance, and tolerance equals a deprecation. Or a degradation of some sort. We could have that argument, sure. But for the sake of this argument here, the problem here is a disassembling of what is already established, and that was what was fought for. You don't come in as something new and take away what is already fought for. When Black people came in and tried to fight for what we wanted, we didn't come in and say, hey, white people, we want what's y'all's. No. We came in, we said, we just want equality. And if equality is what you're wanting, fine. But don't come in and disrupt what is there in place of your equality. Don't do that.
Force me to undress in a stall where I could have comfortably undressed in front of my locker, because now I have to deal with men in the locker room. No, build your own fucking locker room then.
Black people that come in and say, hey, now that I am no longer 1/8 or 1/16 of a person, you are now 1/16 of a person too. We didn't. Person didn't do that.
You
came in and said, yeah. You were now. Come on.
May I ask Grace a question?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So with the locker room, so for me, as a man, like me going into a locker room doesn't mean that I'm necessarily comfortable with other men there. I'm only there to do my business. So when you're in a locker room with, okay, let's just say there's just other women, what makes you comfortable with other women in the locker room just only on the fact that they are women if you don't know, if they're all complete strangers and you don't know them?
Because they got what I got, and we're not looking at each other sexually. I mean, some women may, but if I undress in front of a man,
So
things are going to move and rise.
So I take it, because I remember you said that you had kids, right? And so
I have one son.
Okay. So, but you probably would not like it if another woman was looking at you sexually, like let's say they're a lesbian. So because they are making you uncomfortable, would you not allow a lesbian in the locker room with you?
Well, if you watch my show, you would already know that I was already part of the rainbow community, and I've been there, done that with women. So being naked in front of women does not bother me at all, but it does bother me in front of strange men, because us women, it's different with us. We grow up together getting dressed, but you're not going to undress in front of a man that I don't know. I'm not used to that. That's not the norm, Mantis. And you're trying to change you're trying to make the different into a norm.
No, but that's what I have a problem with.
Okay, so what if the trans woman doesn't have the male genitals that you would associate with being a man?
Mm-mm. This is what I have a problem with, and this is why we as men, what you were just talking to her about. This is why men have to be protectors. At the end of the day, we are we make the decisions. Reason being is because we have men, and this is what we talked about earlier into the show. That fluid shit, we ain't having it. Men, we ain't having that bullshit. When it comes down to it, see, when you guys start congregating with women and shit like that, and you ain't standing on shit, you have a problem with it. At the end of the day, and I'm gonna bring this motherfucker right back to where it was. It's two genders. Women and men. Anybody
Why are we
else
trying to change that?
that's trying to be in between all that shit, we ain't having it. Men, we ain't having it. You're not gonna sit back and you're not gonna question our motherfucking women based off of that shit. What we say, they say, okay, I understand what he's saying because I trust him. When you got motherfuckers that's sitting back being lukewarm, this is what I don't like about lukewarm niggas. I can't stand lukewarm shit. I can't stand motherfuckers that's this shit right here. You got to stand on something. Right. I don't want no motherfucking man, I don't care if he call himself a woman or not, in the same spot with my woman and my goddamn daughter when it comes down to changing bathrooms or any of that. I want to keep it the same way it is. There's women bathrooms, there are men bathrooms. End of discussion. When it comes down to sports, I don't want my daughter competing with no damn man. Period. I don't give a fuck. See, this is why women, that's why y'all need to have men. We don't give a fuck. All that other shit in between and all that science and all that shit, we know enough about science to know we don't know enough about science, but we understand what simplicity is. That's a daughter, that's a son. That's a wife, that's a husband. That's a man, that's a woman.
Can I answer to JT?
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, but what I don't understand is, so this would only be a problem if you're conflating the trans person as a predatory person. You assume that they're going to do harm to like Miss Grace or you or your daughter or anything like that just because of what they have biologically, which doesn't make any sense. They have not done anything that I, as a rational person, okay, so they have different genitalia. That's all I see is that, okay, they're in my space and they have different genitalia, but they have not identified with me anything that would be a threat. So until they actually do something, why should I say, so you're pretty much, it's like you assume that they are going to be predatory or they're going to attack you or anything like that. So this is a trope, and I hate to make this comparison, but this has been for years. We've seen the same trope with gay people in restrooms and people of color in restrooms, because white people assume that people of color were going to be predatory to the women and the children, and that gay people, if they enter the restroom, they're going to be predatory to women and children, only based on the fact that they were gay.
Ask me a question. What's the question?
Okay, so why, if just so, okay, let's just say if so, a trans person just goes into the restroom, does their business and gets out. They haven't, like, they've left you entirely alone. Is that still, like, why is this still wrong?
Okay, so this is the thing about it being still wrong and all these different things on how you're trying to set this shit off of. I said it before and I'm gonna say it again. I and most people live their life off of balance of probabilities, right? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you gonna do. I'm living my life off of probabilities. There has been things in history that have shown that men can be predatorial when it comes down to things of vulnerability with women. Bathrooms, changing spots, all these different things. Why? Because men, which you guys were talking about earlier, are more susceptible of being what we talk about stronger than women, period. So when that is there laid out, this is my thing. Balance of probabilities. I don't even want to have to worry about what will happen. I'm doing this thing called insurance. I'm trying to keep this shit from, and what do they call it? Mitigation, right? I mitigate the whole thing of what do they call it when you're mitigating risk, right?
Risk mitigation.
To mitigate risk. You're in a man's bathroom, you're in a woman's bathroom. Period. End of discussion. Why? So we ain't gotta have these type of conversations. That's it. Simplicity. All that other bullshit that's in between and all that crazy ass shit, you deal with it the way the life is right now. Why do you think laws and regulations are what they are? They call it regulations for a reason.
Right. But the thing with bathrooms is, if you're going to be predatory, there's nothing stopping you, though.
I don't give a
But the
damn
probability is lower.
No, hold on. At the end of the day, we mitigate risk when men go in men bathrooms and women go in women bathrooms. When you're sitting back and you're telling yourself and other people, yeah, I know I was born a man, all that crazy ass shit, but I feel like a woman. Man, ain't nobody supposed to take you seriously. I don't give a fuck about what you feel like. That's why I tell women, y'all better start being around men that are assholes. I'm an asshole. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about right now, homie. You're a fucking man. You can put that dress on, put the halter top on. You can throw makeup on your face. You can do what the fuck you want to do. Let me tell you something, homie. I see you. I see that jawline. Nigga, you 6'4". You wear a size 14, 15, 16. And you have a dick. Go to the urinals. Period. End of discussion. We ain't talking about nothing else. When people out here trying to sit back and go through this whole thing, or well, you never know this and you never know that, mitigation. Tell that shit to the insurance companies then. Tell that shit to them. They mitigate risk. You're under 25 years, your insurance is higher than a motherfucker. Why? Probability is that you're going to get into an accident.
Mm-hmm. If you're male, under 25, the kind of car you drive, you're a higher risk. That's why your insurance is much higher than a 45-year-old. And it's the same thing. The higher risk for somebody to go wrong in a locker room, in a bathroom, I shouldn't have to assess the situation if I'm going into a locker room. If I'm taking my little girl to the bathroom, why am I seeing a grown-ass man in the bathroom with my 5-year-old little girl?
No, it's the thing too. This is another thing. I got you, man. Boss man he can solidify this right here too. When you're around a bunch of men, boy, that shit can get dangerous. It could get very dangerous. That's why when you have women, they be out there talking about, why you think we ain't talking about this shit about women trying to be men? You know why? Because when they get around a bunch of men, they find out that they women. I don't give a fuck how much she wear the uniform. I don't care how much she try to walk with the swag and sag her fucking pants or whatever the fuck it is. You get around a bunch of men, they're going to show you that you are a woman. They're going to show you a woman. And if they take it to the extreme, it ain't nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. Men run that shit. I don't give a fuck how y'all look at it. I don't care if you think that this shit is equal when it comes down to genders. Life will show you something different. Yeah, what's that rapper name? Young M.A. She had to figure it out the hard way. She hanging around talking, got gold in her teeth and all the shit that she was wearing a uniform and all that shit. Niggas was trying her. They're like, you fine in a motherfucker. Quit playing. I see the woman in you. And they showed her that she's a fucking woman. She can rap about what the fuck she want to rap about. But reality is something different. One of the things that women have to understand about men is that we could be the most gentle person in the world. But put us in a spot where we got to survive. There's a difference between women and men. This is why when you put them in a primitive position, women end up falling towards men. I don't care how meek he was in what we call boss man Garrison.
That's
put a man in motherfucking in a primitive state where he got to survive. Put a woman in that same state with him. Watch how they end up acting. I don't care how butch she thought she was, how much of a stud she thought she was. One of the things that I've learned was that when you put people in primitive states, it's going to tell you exactly who they are.
I mean, we saw in JT. We saw that in training, or saw that in combat training.
Absolutely.
There was another female who was about the same height as I was, and she was she thought she was about that life. Then came to me with the mindset that it was going to be equal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, in the Marine Corps, it's on the mat, so it doesn't matter your gender on the mat. It doesn't matter your rank on the mat. When you're on the mat, you're on the mat.
Yep.
So if you decide you want to challenge on the mat, there is nothing. It's on the mat. So you got what you got. So and that's how we roll on the mat in the Marine Corps. So that's why only select few women actually make it in the Marine Corps, because you have to have that mindset that it is a level of equality, but it's a level of a mindset that you have to meet a challenge.
You don't want it
to a certain degree. You don't want it.
You don't want it. You don't want it. Let me tell you, a lot of men don't want it. A lot of men don't want it. That's why we be looking at all this shit y'all talking about, man. This whole gender equality shit, man. Come on, man. Let's just go right back to where we was talking about. Women are women, men are men. If you are caught in between, you're going to have to survive it yourself. You just going to have to deal with it yourself. Everybody else is going to be indifferent to it. I'm telling you right now, at the end of the day, women are women and men are men. If you ain't never been in that space where, okay, you want to be equal, all right, we're going to let you be equal. Like you said, boss man, you get on that mat. Put them gloves on then. Let's see what we talking about. Let's see what we talking about then. Because let me tell you a thing about men. One of the things that is unspoken about men, the reason why we respect one another is because there is a level of motherfucking knuckling up. There's a level of us being able to put upon some type of thrust on another motherfucking man. Pause. And we be like, all right, man, I'd rather talk it out. If you ain't never been through battle, yeah, you'll talk all that shit you want until somebody come out there and pop you in your mouth. Until you got your motherfucking eye dotted. Until you got your mouth bloody. That's why we have to fight as men when we are young. So we can understand that there's consequences with everything that we do. It makes us so much more calm, stoic. It makes us the guys that sit back and be like, yeah, we ain't got to prove nothing to nobody when it comes down to that. It's what make men men. What make women women is that they find out that, oh, shit, all I have to do is just be sweet. Get along to go along. That's why you need a man, because he's gonna be able to tell you, nah, you don't go along with that bullshit. He's the one that's gonna fight your battles. He's the one that's gonna tell you, that's some bullshit right there. Fuck you. Hey man, fuck you, man. She gonna go this way with me. That's why. That's just nature. It's nature. Women are vulnerable. And they're even more vulnerable when they have children with no man to go and be up over them. They want a man to be up under. Because we could just be normal dudes and we go until some shit come out and we be like, nah, man, that's some fuck shit. Go on about your way. Nah, that's some fuck shit. Go on about your way. And they ain't got to worry about a goddamn thing. The only thing they got to worry about is what we eat tonight. I got to feed these kids and I got to make sure my man is straight. My man got to worry about, hey, man, somebody come over here, this motherfucker talking shit to me, talking shit to my family. Am I willing to give my life for it? Women can sit back and talk all kind of shit to anybody. The worst shit that happen to them, they get arrested. Let a man do the same thing a woman do. Death. You know, going to the hospital, losing jobs. We lose all kind of shit when we get out there and we put our life on the line. Again, I'm going to say it and I'm going to stand on it. Two sexes, two genders, male, female, man, woman. Give a fuck what nobody say. There's
And on that
principles
note,
behind all that shit.
and on that note, it looks like I'm gonna have to have a part 2 to this one, and we're gonna have to have more. Have a doctor on. I mean, we're really gonna have to talk about this because, I mean, you brought great content, man. There's no disrespect to you,
Much respect.
but it's necessary. Your conversation is necessary, not only to enlighten me, but enlighten others, but to see to compare and contrast. I know I'm an old head. There's nothing that anybody can show me. Like JT said, there are 2 sexes, male and female. Anything in between, y'all got to figure it out. You really do, especially for our children. So with that being said, I'm gonna go down the line and just give me your final thoughts, guys, because it's going 5 hours now, and I got to be at work tomorrow. So JT, I know you got to be at work early in the morning. So we'll start with Mantis, then we'll do Boss Man, and then we'll close out with you, JT. Mantis, just give me your final thoughts. Don't, short and sweet and simple. Okay?
Okay. First of all, thank you y'all for having this live. The only thing that I would have to say is that I just think that more education should be available when it comes down to transgender people and people with other identities. And I think that one should not put certain characteristics onto people just because they are quote unquote not the norm, such as because you're trans, you think that like thinking that all trans people are somehow predatory, or it could be said by just queer people in general or whichever. I just think that one should just be open to conversations. Having conversations like these are really great, and it's just to find some common ground, and to because one thing that I try to advocate for is to not have as much misinformation as possible, because there can be some very harmful rhetoric that can be spread that leads to people unaliving certain people, groups of people, or them physically harming themselves. And I personally, as a humanist, I want to save as much people as possible from just really horrible existences when all they trying to do is just live their lives just like anybody else in this world, I would say.
And thank you for that. And again, I appreciate your courage for coming up here, and I hope that you subscribe to the network, BMU Network, and my channel and JT What We Know podcast, so you can always know when we drop some new content. And definitely, I am inviting you to my part 2 show, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bossman, thank you for coming up. I had the honor of everybody seeing what you finally look like. Okay.
Right.
So I think I might have to clip you or something, But thank you for coming. I appreciate you added much value. And I know you'll come up for part 2 because you're passionate about this. But go ahead and give me your final thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Well, again, thanks for all the times. Muted there. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. It muted me. All right. So thanks again for all the times you've had me on the show when I was incognito.
Absolutely.
I think in the spirit of love here, I think the greatest love you can show anybody is telling them the truth.
Mm-hmm.
The moment that we actually hide the truth from someone is when we actually express hate or express a disdain for someone. We live in a society where we are afraid to tell people what things actually are. And the moment that we stray away from that, and we stray away from, living a world of, living in a world of truth and living a truth, we start living a lie.
Mhm.
We start accepting a lie. We start accepting things that are not true. And I don't want a world where we cannot just live in object reality. This is the reason why we can't just accept that the sky is blue. This is why we can't agree on what is what is reality. We can't even, we have to squabble about what is alternative facts for the most part. So I don't think that we can I don't think we agree. I don't think we disagree that we shouldn't hate people. I think we can disagree on the ideologies of people, and I don't think any one of us hates any one particular group of people or any one particular subset of people. But I do think it's something to be said of where our society is going if we cannot point out what is object reality and what the absence of pointing that object reality is doing to our society as a whole. And I think it's important to be able to have these type of conversations and be honest about it and not squabble over anecdotal, situations, and just point out what is needed for our society. And so with that, I would say love is telling somebody the truth and telling them what is needed for them to be able to live a more fruitful and truthful life.
Absolutely. And again, thank you, boss man. I'll definitely hit you up for part 2, okay? So you can be ready and the baby's down and all that good stuff. JT, What We Know podcast. Thank you for coming tonight.
What's
I
up,
really
Mom?
appreciate it. What say you? I mean, I know you and me are on the same boat when it comes to this, but what's your final thoughts?
Yeah, it's we kind of like veered off when it came down to, like I said before, we veered off of this whole thing of the preferences of sex and all that stuff. And, But I have a problem with folks not having some type of boundaries. And that's what I see the problem is that the boundaries are not there. That fluid, concept is not what I subscribe to. And I don't suggest anybody subscribe to it, because if you're going to be on this earth and you're going to live at least as long as I and other people that's lived longer than me, then you can't be going through this world thinking that everything doesn't have some type of boundaries. That's crazy. But when we are talking about this whole new concept of, multiple genders other than, the two genders we have, I got a problem with that. I have a problem with people talking about everything is inclusive. I have a problem because it sounds like Rome all over again. You know what I'm saying? So one of the things that I think that the problem is that a lot of people don't care about history, so they don't learn about history. So they don't understand what the present and what the future may hold for them because they don't have any principles. I think that religion, I think that, not coats like shit that had you all fucked up, but more things that cultivate your community, coat type of thing, what it intended for. It has a bad connotation right now. Coat has a very bad connotation now. But the thing is that we get rid of tradition and don't replace it with anything anymore. We have people that think that living free is the answer, and they call it freedom for a reason. And just to quote one of the dopest comedians that was out there, my man Eddie Griffin. If you think freedom is free, then that's why they call it freedom. Because if you think it's free, then you gotta be dumb in a motherfucker to think it's called freedom for a reason. It cost. Freedom cost. And ain't nobody gonna give you anything, especially freedom. You take it. And sometimes you have to take it with the cost of your life. But if you think it's all about you, that you're the beginning and the end of this shit, then you're gonna die. And nobody's gonna believe anything that you've said while you are on this earth. You better give this shit to somebody else. Whatever it is that you gain through life, you better give it to somebody else. Because you don't live forever. Not in this body. You don't.
Absolutely.
So it's all about transference. I had a great time on here. Great conversation. Boss Man, Mantis Punch. It was a pleasure being on this panel with y'all. I'm about to start back with the bullshit. Not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. I'm about to start back on Black Men Unfiltered and What We Know podcast, getting back to business, getting this good content out for you guys. Serious shit with a comedic punch to it. You know what I'm saying? We need to laugh sometimes. We need to talk about some real shit. But yeah, I'm getting ready to start back up next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, y'all. And it's going to be on Black Man Unfiltered. And if you have not done so far, please subscribe. What We Know podcast. Look at the videos, look at the content I have, like and subscribe. And we about to get it in, y'all. Great conversation, folks.
Absolutely. Josh, are you still in the clouds with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and give me your final thoughts. I'm not going to leave you out. I know you're here.
Oh yeah, don't tolerate anything that's a threat to your traditions. The moment you do, you lost your traditions. Period.
Just give me your final thoughts.
That is my final thought.
Hey, right. Josh, I haven't talked to you in a minute, man, but I definitely would love to do a one-on-one with you, brother.
Oh, you're gonna hate me.
No, I'm not gonna. We haven't had conversation, my guy.
Yeah, we actually, everybody on panel, I think. Well, Mandis, I haven't met him before, but yeah, we all generally tend to get along. I just have some very far right.
Yeah, that's why I want to do the one-on-one with you.
Yeah,
you kind of intrigued some shit. You done made some. I done had some very good conversations, bro, based off of the interaction I had with you. So I would love. I get with you later on, man. But I'd love to do a one-on-one with you, though.
Sure, anytime.
Absolutely.
Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Okay,
yeah, but Boss Man is the more intriguing person, to be honest with you.
Oh, Boss Man is dope, man. No doubt.
I'm just glad to put the name to the face and the face to the name.
Right. It's a
day.
Look,
we were all like, oh my God.
I didn't know how old he was or none of that shit. I was just like, all right. So brother,
girl, the women in the chat were like, wow, he's fine. I'm like,
ladies.
He married, ladies. He married.
Yeah, I'm married. I'm 34, by the way. So.
All right.
I know that's right. And Catalea, thank you for so she just subscribed to your channel, JT. So there you go.
Most definitely. I appreciate it gratefully.
There you go.
Most definitely.
So with that being said, let me go ahead and close out with my final thoughts. First thing I want to say is I want to thank everybody that came on the panel, everybody that participated in the chat, even Lady D behaved herself. We're even getting along. You see, things can happen. Okay, guys, at the end of the day, you may think that I'm an old head, I'm an old school, I'm traditionalist, but at the end of the day, I was raised with two genders, male and female, period. That is the biology. That is what is intended in the Bible, and that's what it's supposed to be. Has there been change in this world? Absolutely. But when it's being infringed upon me and our natural way of life and the way we do things in sports and things, now I have a problem with it. We have to think of our future. Don't you understand that this transgender thing is also an agenda to deplete the population of the melanated community? It's a deeper root. We'll talk about it in part 2. But I just want to say thank you guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. The game is to be told. The game is to be sold, not told. Drop a cash app, drop a super chat to the network. Guys, don't forget, Black Man Unfiltered runs 7 days a week. There's got to be something for everybody at one time or another. So check us all out. Again, we're at the 5-hour mark. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. And y'all have a good night. And thank you for embracing me. Good night, you guys. Take care. Part 2 coming soon.
Peace.
Peace.